Namaskar, Sanmay-ji.
Namaskar, namaskar. Looks like we all are going to be in huddled back.
Yeah. How are you? What did you decide about your doctorate?
Oh, okay. So my question to you was, you said there is in Arizona and Seattle. Which school is that?
I sent it to you. So one is in Seattle, Northwest, Bastyr, Bastyr.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't have that in the email. Bastyr, okay.
Yeah, and I know I sent it to you. And in Portland, I think it's called Northwest School of Natural Medicine. I'll look for that email again. Maybe it went into your wrong folder. It's very difficult with so many emails. They get misplaced.
Yeah, it's just I'm getting confused. Emails and WhatsApp groups and so that's in Portland. Yeah, that'll be.
There's one in Seattle and one in Portland, and they might not be as inexpensive as the ones in maybe India, but they're not that expensive as regular programs. I mean, especially in California. California is just so expensive.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
No, I saw one of the things I saw. It was like 30 grand, and I think I would rather spend the money somewhere else.
For 1 year?
30? Yeah, 1 year. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that way I can try to do with GTU, who has about a $25,000 a year, 4-year kind of PhD on Dharma studies and all that. GTU is close to it. Is the lady who
Rita Sharma.
Yeah.
Close
Rita
to them,
yeah. So,
Namaskar, Gauravji.
Namaskar,
What is the GTU? What did you say was that?
Graduate Theological Union or University or something.
Yeah, so they do have a PhD program also.
Union, that is that,
yeah.
So they have a PhD program, and they're very supportive, and they're good friends with us. So so that's a good thing. It's probably a 4-year thing. So if you have more research on PhD programs, please let me know.
No. The Sanmay-ji has that information.
Sanmay-ji is doing his PhD and doing PhD.
Well, I'm doing, I've been trying to do it for the last 5 years. In India, the problem is any good schools, they need a year-long stay.
Yeah, physical presence,
Yeah, so that's the issue with PhD. Even Vyasa, I enrolled myself as a PhD student, but then that morphed into a master's because it was a UGC requirement which came later on, and they said, "Well, we cannot do anything about it." So
yeah. No, I would love to do naturopathic medicine, I mean, but the thing is that the amount of effort, it just doesn't. I mean, I'm not sure if I'll be able to utilize it.
Yeah.
Puniji, on naturopathy and functional medicine, my wife has done significant research on that. If you need info.
Oh, really?
On education,
So, is she a physician?
She's not. No, she's done her ND in some naturopathy doctorate.
Really, from California, from US?
Somewhere in the US, yeah.
Oh, wonderful! It's just.
She's extensively researched this topic, so she's quite the expert on
that. Yeah, so we would be willing to listen to her.
Yeah, we should come and tell us. Yeah, no.
No. Enough about what you need. I'd like to explore the PhD.
There you go. Let's all three of us put our heads together. I think we can do it.
Yeah. Well, in California, if one was to consider some kind of a legitimate, solid program, there is, I think, University of Integrative Studies. Yes. They have a good program, but it's time consuming.
Yeah.
Gauravji, you don't have the time. You have so much.
That's part of my problem, that I have more interest than I have time. So
Yeah. I know. Some of us, it's like that. I mean, and I suppose I could, before I do that, I have interest in homeopathy a lot. It's my favorite one. Yeah.
I think homeopathy, you could do some distance learning from India.
I have done actually from a person in Greece who's well renowned, but I gave it up halfway because somewhere the ideology didn't match.
But then you're at 10 times the potency at this point. If you left it at if you left it at the 10% mark, it'd be 100 times the potency.
Your potency went up too much. That didn't work.
Yeah, it's just that, yeah, you know, they were following a methodology that would not have worked in the US or you know.
Namaste, everybody.
Namaskar, Kailash.
Namaskar.
Interesting discussion going on. You know, there is this Andrew Weil. He happens to be a family friend for me.
Huh.
He's the father of all the integrative.
Kailash,
Yeah.
I'm familiar with his work and his programs, but I think somewhere he is way too much. He's very, very cautious not to go against you know, AMA. Yeah. You know, so he cautions everything, he couches everything, he only proposes very, very small number of alternative things. So I feel that he's really too afraid that he might be outcasted by AMA.
He wants the MDs to come on board. You know, America is on American Rifle Association and AMA. These two institutions basically decide how we live, what we fear, what we spend. I think that's basically fundamentally so powerful.
Yeah, so that's the problem with him. He started with good intentions, but right now I don't think he's doing a lot of good.
But he wants MDs to come into his program. That's what he's successfully enrolling them too.
Yeah, because in some ways it becomes a win-win, because for one thing, MDs can pay him all that money easily. And the other thing, MDs have that thing attached to their
that's right.
thing, so it attracts. When you go to one such MD, you don't come out of it with a better care. That's the problem.
That's right. MD power is overwhelming.
Yeah, I think it's 1 o'clock. So.
Yeah.
Namaskar, we're about to begin in about 1 minute. Please turn your cameras on. This is a all live session, and I'd like to congratulate everyone who's going to graduate for getting your Sundays back. We'll begin in another 60 seconds or so. I took cues from Mukunji's video, and I put last year's graduation shawl on.
That's good.
I did too.
There you go, Mangalaji and I.
Yeah.
You were taking notes.
You're making me feel like I have to go get mine.
Well, 30 seconds if you can go.
Why not?
Shouldn't it be always hanging on your chair when you get on these calls?
Yes, yeah.
We'll have to adopt it.
Yeah. All right, we're getting in another 30 seconds. We're almost there. Please turn your videos on, and love to see everyone. This is the final class. I'm going to mute everyone who is not talking at some point, because that way we can hear the active speakers. Panditji, thanks for at a short notice being ready for the bhajan.
My pleasure, humbled.
All right, we're about to begin. Please sit comfortably, turn your videos on. Please sit comfortably with your back straight. Back, neck and head in a straight line. Close your eyes gently. And relax the expression on your face. Okay, I've muted everyone except Panditji and I for now. Sitting with the back straight, back, neck and head in a straight line. Eyes are closed gently. Relax the expression on your face. Bring a gentle smile to the face and bring your attention to your breath. Traveling in with your breath from the nostrils, go all the way into the belly and let the belly expand as you inhale. Breathing in, let the belly expand. Breathing out, simply let go. 3 more breaths in the belly, breathing into the belly. Breathing out and letting go. Bring your palms together at the heart center, pressing your palms together gently in Namaskar Mudra, touching the fingers together and gently touching the back of the thumbs into the chest. Now bring your attention to the hollow space between the palms. We're going to chant Om 3 times and then the opening prayer, Sahana Bhavatu. Exhale completely, take a deep breath. Inhale. 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 Inhale, then chant. Sahana Bhavatu, Sahanau Bhunaktu, Sahaviryam Karavavahai, Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Please rub your palms together to generate some heat and then blinking. And then shield your eyes with your palms and then blinking, open your eyes and pull your palms back like an open book. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
So it's a divine force that has brought us together into this world and of course together into this class. And as we begin, I'd like to invite us all to thank that divine force that brings us all together. And for that, we've requested Pandit Prasadji to please lead us in with a bhajan. Please mute yourself if you're not talking. And please participate along and chant along at your own home. Panditji.
Dhanyavad. Thank you. Namaste. Hopefully you all can hear me very well.
Yes.
Yes, okay. My mixer died on me last night just before prior to satsang. So one has put challenges, even at the last minute, you have to respond. So this bhajan, I would like all of you to, if you can follow me, you can Google it. Jinke Hriday Shri Ram Vase. Jinke Hriday Shri Ram Vase. Basically, there's no need to take another name for Bhagwan, for protection, when Shri Ram dwells in our hearts. This was originally sung, recorded by the late playback singer Mukesh Chandramuthu, one of my favorites. And as you take a deep breath this afternoon on this our last session, all you beautiful souls, I'd like you to imagine that divine force, Maryada Purushottam Bhagwan Shri Ramchandra Ji, into your minds, beautifully decorated with his bow and arrow, Sita Janaki Devi Mata to his left, and his brother Lakshman next to her. Take a deep breath as you sing. Tvameva Mata Cha Pita Tvameva Tvameva Bandhuscha Sakha Tvameva Tvameva Vidya Dravinam Tvameva त्वमेव सर्वम्
Break.
Something is got broken.
Yeah, we can't hear anything.
Yeah. Gauravji?
Maybe.
I think he's lost his audio.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on mute. You're on mute, Panditji.
Are we back?
I think you were muted. You got muted by whatever way.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened. Something. Should I start over? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we didn't hear you, Panditji.
Yeah, please start again.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव जिनके हृदय श्री राम बसे उन्हें और उनको नाम नहीं हो जिनके हृदय श्री राम बसे और उनको नाम नहीं हो जिनके हृदय श्री राम कोई मांगे कंचन की माया कोई मांग रहा प्रभु से माया कोई पुण्य करे कोई दान करे दान करो सुबहान करे कन्या धन को दान दियो कन्या धन को दान दियो और दान दियो जिनके हृदय श्री राम बसे और नाम दियो जिनके हृदय श्री राम कोई घर में बैठा नमन करे कोई हरि मंदिर में भजन करे कोई घर में बैठा नमन करे कोई हरि मंदिर में भजन करे कोई गंगा जमुना स्नान करे कोई काशी जाके ध्यान करे जिन मात पिता की सेवा की जिन मात पिता की सेवा की तीरथ स्नान रखियो जिनके हृदय श्री राम बसे और गुणाम रखियो जिनके हृदय श्री राम brings full Maryada Purushottam Bhagwan Ramchandra ki jai.
Yeah.
Dhanyavad. Thank you.
Panditji, thank you very much. Thank you for that beautiful bhajan. Welcome everyone to the last session of the 2019-20 cohort. This is a very fast-moving session, so we're going to keep moving along. There are a lot of topics to cover today, but first I'd like to welcome everyone back to today's class, and also would like to welcome back the TAs who have selflessly served through this year and helped us get to the final class. I'd like to also welcome and pay my respects to the resident faculty who have also worked closely with us to deliver this course and to bring very high quality speakers and very high quality classes to our sessions. So thank you and welcome to all the resident faculty as well, and also welcome to the HCI board to this meeting. With that, I'd like to talk you through today's agenda. We're going to begin as we started. We began the last session as we began the first session, which is the Hindu field of view. Then I will talk you through a 2021 wrap up of things we've done, the progress we've made, and where we've reached so far. We're going to then invite the resident faculty to offer their perspectives. And then short term, what's happening for you in the near term, we will talk about that and a volunteer sign-up sheet. And finally, open discussion items. We have quite a lot of interesting topics available for discussions at the end. Finally, the wrap up. Those are the topics. For those who are still shy, this is a videos on meeting, so would appreciate everyone turning their videos on. And with that said, Kailashji, I'd like to pass it on to you to request you to talk us through the Hindu field of view.
Thank you, Gauravji. Thanks everyone for being a part of this exciting 1 year, nearly 9 months of friendship, of exchanging ideas, learning together, and a very simple objective of the greater good, and hopefully developing ourselves along the way. It's been very exciting. I also want to thank my colleagues, resident faculty, the TAs, who have been instrumental in this program. All the visiting faculty, about 25 of them, who contributed so generously to our knowledge base. I thank them all. And all the divine forces, I think, that have brought us together for a purpose. Thank you. So this is our, we call the Hindu field of view. And essentially, it captures to me, so I'll give you my personal perspective of what this has meant to me personally. Some of these things might relate to you also. This chart is the creation of all of us. It's a collective creation, and we've sort of evolved. It's like Bhagavad Gita. Every time you read a chapter, you find there's some other insights there. So this chart has the same kind of effect on, at least in my mind. It's got a, if you look at those 3 lines, the horizontal line, that represents the life one lives, basically. And that life can be any which way one chooses to live, randomly, organized, whatever have you. In the Hindu tradition, there have been these ashrams, the 4 ashrams, basically, generally speaking, that talks about duty, talks about propriety, talks about living in a certain way with certain purpose, certain objectives. So that's the beauty that I think our tradition brings, is gives a definition, a guidance to life, and then it's up to you to how you work on that dimension of living, time allocation, responsibilities, and all that. On the y-axis is the humanity that surrounds each one of us, our humanity, our support, our family, our friends, our organizations we belong to, the jobs, the friends, the colleagues, the whole human element around us. And it's up to us then to cultivate it in any way, or others to cultivate us, whatever way it works out. But we all carry a certain amount of that y-axis with us. And depending on our efforts, our insights, our needs, and what have you. And that's the Hindu-ness. That element of joint family, extended family, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, all these things that we talk about, that is represented on the y-axis. And then you have this very significant 45-degree that begins with a pre-birth and goes well after your death. And these are our sanskaras, the traditions, the festivals, the celebrations, the mournings, the memorials. And they're done with certain procedures, certain prescriptions, certain attitude, certain divine connections and rituals. All those things follow. Those are distinctly the Hindu elements. And then you have the whole field sprinkled with the teachings of Bhagavad Gita, for example, that deals with how does one deal with disputes, loneliness, difficulties, guilt, loneliness, aspiration, all those factors. So you have the fourth dimension is the field itself. And so for me, what this has done is, number one, I began to now grasp the difference between helping and serving. I think that's a big distinction. I did not think so, but now I realize, having been through this program and interacted with so many people who serve, you know some of them, we have met many of them, our teachers, our people, our colleagues. Serving is a privilege. Serving is an amazing ability if you can get that attitude. So I have appreciated that distinction through these discussions and insights. The second thing I've found out is that I have become closer to myself. I know myself better because I went back into all these life situations, all the circumstances. So my proximity to myself, my friendship with myself has improved. And the third one is that my appreciation for the richness of the Hindu tradition, the vastness of the values that are embedded in there. All you have to do is tap and search, and it's there for you. Those are significant values. Anyway, so with that, I now come to how does it relate to HCI and our CHP course and your future engagement with the community. So HCI sits on the y-axis very simply with a big lens and keeps not the eye on the ball, but keeps the eye on the field, basically. We are the Y element of an individual's life. And we look for opportunity to serve where there may be an opportunity to do so, or we may be asked. And so I think that's the perspective we have. And how we do that is that if we have the knowledge, if we have the skill, we go directly serve. If we don't, but we know someone, or we have a referral or a mentor or a guide who can serve, then we provide that referral. If we have knowledge of such things as, hey, it's a good thing to do a health directive, for example, or plan your estate properly and look after your health in different ways, we should be very much forthcoming to sharing those perspectives to people. So that is education and knowledge. We may hold a small seminar at a temple, for example, on behalf of HCI or yourself, where you bring people in for these educational purposes. Anywhere you can strengthen their life's quality, wellness, and all those things. So I think those are basically just the kind of a high-level thoughts I thought I'll start with. You're going to hear much more today from all of us. Yes. So that's, Gauravji, I think that's kind of a some total of my thinking on this one.
Thank you for sharing, Kailash. So, this chart, which began quite innocuously and has acquired a momentum of its own, and forms the basis for this program and forms the basis for our communication with partner organizations as well. And every time we show it to them, they are surprised and delighted both at the simplicity of this this diagram and how it summarizes a lot of the work they're doing as well. And since it began, I've had a desire to upgrade it to a different design layout, but since it has a life of its own, I'm unable to do it. So, so it's got its own momentum, and that's a good thing. So Kailash, thank you for talking us back to the Hindu field of view. I'm going to move to a wrap up of the program as it is. And this is a sort of honest self-assessment of the program, but I'd also like to take you on a journey from 2 years ago when we began to now and what happens over the next year or so. So just give you a sense of how the program has evolved and where, where we are right now in our own self-assessment. So I'll talk you through that, and then we'll talk about graduation requirements. I'm going to request Ganpati ji to talk about that. Graduation day plans, I'm going to ask Lata ji to talk about that for a few minutes. And then Dollar projects, we'll talk about that, especially the Dollar recognition work. With that said, let me talk you through the objectives. When we began the program, we had nothing. We had essentially focus groups with the partner organizations. In July, we had pulled everyone together to understand what people's life issues are. And the early proto version of the field of view diagram was built at that time, where we said, look, if we want to help people, we need to know where they are. And we need a way of determining where they are in their life. And that diagram was a result of that. And when we began, we had 3 objectives, whether stated or unstated. One, it was to maximize the number of graduates without compromising quality. This is a program that had never existed. It's a first of its kind in the Hindu tradition, and possibly first of its, one of the early ones in service learning in the world. And so there is no history to this. There's no precedence, and there's no reason why anyone should join this course. And so starting from zero, our objective was, well, we still set our sights high, and we want to graduate the maximum number of people without compromising quality. And we do recognize that this is an evolving program. So continue to refine. And there's been a lot of internal debate on this topic behind the scenes on the degree of sophistication and refinement that we have. And we all have distinct and very well-established points of view. And that's the reason I think the HCI as a community works, where we have distinct points of view, which are not at all, we're not yielding in that sense. The perspectives are unyielding, but together with everyone coming together, we get something interesting. So for example, my position is that you have to have a living program in order to continue to refine it. That's my perspective. But the other perspectives we've had from other board members are that if you set yourself to a high standard of excellence, you can't have a progressively increasing standard of excellence. You have to have a high standard of excellence. So that tussle creates the space for creativity. And that's where we are with the program, which is evolve the program through refinement. And again, we began with nothing, but we didn't, I lie when I say that. We didn't quite begin with nothing. We began with one singular gentleman who has built dozens of organizations in his history. And so we had the ability to lean in on Kailash ji's process discipline and knowing that whatever we're doing is not haphazard. There's going to be checklists, checkbooks, and all sorts of stuff going on. And we decided we're going to stabilize the process until they reach autopilot. So progressively, you'll see over the years, we've built things, starting from, in fact, the next slide on. Here's our scorecard of how we did. And the scorecard has no rating because we essentially built everything from scratch. We enrolled more than 25 people in record time. We graduated 20, which is a very amazing graduation rate. Curriculum, we developed the curriculum on a rolling basis. I'm not ashamed to admit it. We had Q1 curriculum. We sort of had a view of what the rest of the curriculum was, but we built it on the fly. We implemented Moodle based on Dr. Bhatt's recommendations. We spent a good chunk of change on that. We weren't really designed for audio visual except for one singular issue that happened, which is I had a long call with this lady, very, very nice lady from the LA region. And she said, no, I want to do this course and we will do this online. And then we decided, fine, if Lataji wants to do this online, we will make the course available to people online. So Sitaji, Lataji, and who was the third person? There were 3 people who were online at the time. So our AV was very basic. It was not really good. Janaji, of course, sorry. And then for faculty, we did extremely well on faculty. 30 outstanding instructors. And of course, you saw them in this year as well. Amazing instructors. And as the record goes, no one's ever said no to us. We ask anyone we wish to call, and they come to us. They may not be available, but they'll come when they're available. We didn't have the resident faculty concept. We didn't have the idea of a teaching assistant. And our homework management, I'm ashamed to admit this, was very poor quality with starts and stops. I'm still ashamed, but that's for a different reason. Accreditation, we set ourselves on the path to accreditation. All the process documentation was done, but we knew year zero is always a throwaway year. So it's a year to try things out, but we weren't going to conduct a self-audit. We did an amazing graduation with 20 people graduating, but the ceremony itself was a high benchmark for not just Indian organizations, but for universities in general. Very high quality program. We had 200 people attending, and it was fully funded by the cohort. It was amazing, and we hope that sets the benchmark for every Hindu and every educational institution. So that's the graduation ceremony. So that was 2018-19, the year before. And then we came to this cohort, which is 2019-20. Our objectives had evolved. We, of course, we still want to maximize the graduates with higher quality, and across the US, our vision sort of expanded out of the Bay Area, and our miniature experiment of having 3 people online expanded to half the class online. Stabilize the curriculum. Last summer, we spent a lot of heated conversation in building the curriculum to where it is now. It's very robust. The catalog, thanks to Mukunji's help and direction, is very robust. So we did that. The graduation process is stabilizing. That's our intention. Objective was to stabilize the graduation process. Now, with clearly the intention of accreditation, introduce a service score while this year is on, and introduce the idea of distinguished speakers so that we can start becoming a magnet for TED Talk style speaking. These were our objectives. Here's how we did. Green marks an improvement over the previous year. The orangish marks, just the same as last year, and red marks a need for improvement. And I have called out a few action items around needing improvement or significant improvement with the 2 arrows. So let's begin. Recruitment. Recruitment was very amazing, all thanks to the singular effort of one person on this call, which is Lataji, who personally recruited half the class through her relentless ability to persuade people and to arm twist them into coming because this is the right thing for them. So Lataji, thanks for recruiting. We recruited a lot. We recruited more than 40 people across 8 states. But not just that, we didn't just recruit. We went, Kailashji and I personally, thanks to Anoopji's help, who's probably not on this call, but we interviewed every one of you and those that did not join. We interviewed everyone and to make sure that people that are coming in understand what they're getting into, because this is a relentless train. It only stops at the other end. So that was that. Curriculum, like I said earlier, those are our objectives. Our curriculum was very high quality and detailed. And that was definitely a significant improvement. LMS, we made improvements to LMS thanks to Meenakshiji's help, where she helped us migrate from last year's LMS to this year. Moodle is Moodle, and more thoughts on that later. AV, last summer, Kailashji and I spent so much time researching new equipment and technology. We didn't have any money. So we ended up buying some equipment and figuring out what to do with the rest. We didn't imagine we'd had to do everything online, but we did online. We did 100% classes online. And of course, the last few classes have all been online. We've had issues with audiovisual. Frankly, we'd like each of these sessions to be done in very high quality, but not this year. Faculty recruitment, same as last year, very outstanding instructors. We created the idea of the plus RF of resident faculty. So that we have each faculty looking at a specific area and delivering end-to-end the learning objectives. It started, it needs better definition. We created the TA program, thanks to Lataji's help. We have Lataji as the TA chair. We have many of you here as teaching assistants. Great new concept, needs tighter management because we tried a few things, they didn't quite all work. And that you'll see in the next thing, which is homework management. Much to my disappointment, Our homework management is poor and inconsistent. Again, not because anyone is failing, but because we have Moodle, which doesn't really help us get the data we need, and because our TA allocation was done the wrong way. So we're going to fix that. We had 3 TAs to a day, which made homework responsibility very diffuse. And now you had to chase 3 rabbits. And as the old Chinese saying goes, he who chases 2 rabbits catches none. So we had a lot of trouble with homework management. It does need significant work going forward. On accreditation, we have Ashish Ji, who signed up as our accreditation director. And that's great because we made tremendous progress on the path to accreditation. And it's long, but we're very confident about it, which is very important. For graduation, we have Ganapati Ji here as the registrar, new concept again. And we're graduating between 25 to 30 people, which is an incredible graduation. It's not as high as I would like, but it's a great graduation rate even then. The idea of the service code, we want to do it right because there are a lot of legal issues. There are a lot of issues around how this whole process will be managed. So we don't want to rush into creating a service which creates risk for the community and for the volunteers. So that's still to be developed, it's to be deployed, and you'll hear more on that later. And graduation ceremony, well, you'll hear from me on that later. All right, what's happening next year? Next year, our objectives are as follows. You'll see a new item. What we realized is that Savitaji's fantastic food and the great chai that Balaji brings into the class and all the great food creates social cohesion, group cohesion. And group cohesion is very important to creating communities. And that, to me personally, is the biggest learning for me, for all my future endeavors, is simply I need to figure out how, for myself, how to improve group cohesion. What we learned this year, as we did last year as well, is that we can't be a group if each of us is anonymous. And while we switched from all in class to half online and half in class, we realized we lost some of that group effort because everyone was cameras off, anonymous. And there was a turning point in February when we had asked each of you to present your findings, and you could be seen. People, you were able to communicate and be connected to the community. And we realized that we hadn't done that enough because you have to invest yourself into the group and be seen and feel a part of the group. So improving group cohesion is very important for us. For all the volunteer work, both the learn work part and the serve part. And that's something that we hope to learn this year. All the other objectives are similar to last year. We want to continue ratcheting up our quality and get to the high standards that Bhattji and Mukundji have set for us, which is we really want a Harvard level quality. And we are not there yet, but we will surely get there with the same momentum. All right, so here's where the action item is concentrated. Some of these arrows are borrowed from the slide before, but this is where we're focusing now. We're going to do the same recruitment. Recruitment is going to start anytime now. And so we are going to ask each of you to do what Lataji did last year and I did the year before, which is influence your network, radiate out the goodness that you've received from this program and get people to come in. Don't just radiate out passively, but get them to come in. Arm twist them, browbeat them, whatever. Get people to come because it's going to be good for the community to do this. So recruitment process, we are going to do the same thing as last year, but our payoff has been good so far. So we're expecting to not spend too much effort on it. On curriculum, lots of changes that we're now reorganizing the same catalog, but around the idea of resident faculty and faculty associate, not TA, it's FA, you see that. LMS technology, much as we have problems with Moodle, we're on Moodle and we're not going to upset that that thing until we have the bandwidth to take that project on. Right now, we're doing too many things to take this project on. So technology, we're not going to change. Physical classroom, we have some ideas on how to improve the physical classroom as well as our Zoom experience, including changing the way we're delivering the classes and having people recap at the end of a Sunday later. So you'll see some of that. Faculty recruitment, we have great faculty, but the process is broken. So we want to improve the process. With the resident faculty and faculty associates, we will have a tighter coordination with the visiting faculty. Resident faculties will now be responsible for full days rather than sometimes we were swapping or alternating. And that will allow for tighter coupling with the faculty associate, tighter homework management, which comes over here, and much better experience for people attending the course. We're expanding the number of TAs and so our faculty associates. Again, the name had changed yesterday and I forgot to change it. I apologize. But we want to ask some of you to join us back as faculty associates. It'll help you reinforce your own learning, but also it'll help you stay connected and give back to the Institute. And then of course we'll have all the metrics that we're planning. Homework management is linked to the RF and the TAs, and we have the process laid out. We just had issues with implementing it. So hopefully we'll be able to fix it. Accreditation, there are several accreditation pathways. Some might take 5 years, some might take 20. So we have to pick the path and then go relentlessly in that direction. Graduation, we already started last year with Ganpatiji as a TR, as a registrar, and that will continue. I'm going to mute whoever unmuted themselves. 1 second. Okay. Okay. All right. And then of course the service score is being launched this year. Hold on 1 second. And so, and you will see the service score in a few minutes from now. And the graduation ceremony, we'll be talking about it shortly as well. So those are all the action items for this new calendar year. Anyway, graduation ceremony is for next year, which will happen next year, sorry. All right, I'd like you to pull your phones out and run an experiment for me, which is, if you could pull your phone out, hopefully you're not using your phone, and open the camera app. Now open your camera app, and then with your camera app, point your camera at this QR code that you're seeing on the right. Hopefully it will pop up. Hopefully it'll pop up a payment, a PayPal button, and you'll be able to donate. So when we do the graduation, we're going to use that. But before that, may I ask Ganpatiji if you're available to please unmute yourself and talk about the graduation requirements, what the homework requirements are.
Thank you, Gauraji. I haven't prepared anything, but based on, excuse me, your email and WhatsApp messages to all the scholars since 6 weeks ago or something, the homework requirement is 70%. That is 70% of the homeworks you want to have completed and gotten a C grade or C for complete or better. So that's the primary requirements. And clearly we have had some challenges from our side on the Moodle to monitor that over the course of the year. So we are obviously trying to catch up in the last 6 weeks or so, both from having you submit the homeworks as well as having us, that is the TAs, grading those homeworks. So that's what's going on currently, as well as we still have in the next couple of weeks, we hope to have completed all that, and we hope to have had all of you submit your homeworks and be ready for the graduation. So that's the hope, and we want to see as many of you as we can, or if not all of you, to take the journey with us through the graduation and be proud of our HCI to go forward with the community service we have all pledged to undertake. So that's the main thing. So next year, if I can say a word about that, I would certainly like the current scholars, or 1 or 2 of them maybe, who are good at this kind of, the monitoring helping us with monitoring the homework submissions and how to, on an ongoing basis, keep everybody abreast of what they have submitted, what they have not, and where they stand on an ongoing basis to keep them current on their graduation, meeting their graduation requirements. So that will be very helpful. So that will be one of the things as the registrar that I would be happy to get some help with. So, we would appreciate somebody contacting one or two of you, maybe experts in the field of Moodle and generally the handling these the new technologies and so on, which some of the so-called senior ones are struggling with, obviously. So,
if I may.
Yeah.
Very good. I think we'll identify the FA position that we have identified, the 12 positions. We hope that 2 or 3 of those positions are individuals who are able to help us in getting the process move effectively. And also that our deadline now is July 7th.
Yeah.
That's the other thing I thought maybe worth pointing out.
Yeah, that's the
Actually, I can offer my services for homework management. I have some idea I can discuss offline, and I can, for the next year, I can maintain the list of everyone who has submitted the homework, which homework has been assessed, and I can inform the participants every quarter.
Wonderful.
Yes, amazing. Thank you, Vijay.
All-rounder, we appreciate it very much.
Yeah, we'll talk about that clearly. Thank you. Yeah, as Kailash was saying, for the current year, we are talking about the next couple of weeks that we have to get moving on all, we are serious about, graduating and everything. So we need to meet that 70% homework requirement and as soon as possible. So we as TAs can go and grade them and complete establish the, that you have met the requirements and so on before we send you off to graduation, which we want.
So Ganpati ji,
yeah,
just wanted to make sure of the number. When you say 70%, just we'll tell them they need to submit 15 homeworks.
Yeah,
they haven't done a presentation.
Yes,
if they
15,
did the presentation,
yeah, 15 Sundays, as Lataji is pointing out. Just make sure that some Sundays have, multiple homework assignments. Make sure you do all of them when you say 15 Sundays. So yes, so if you did on average 15 Sundays, you will be in good shape. So, and many of you I know, quite a few of you I should say, have already met that requirement, and some of you are continuing to submit that, which is really great. But some of you may not be quite there, and you need to look into that if you're serious about getting onto that graduation. And then the other thing that I want to also point out is there are probably few of you that may not be able to catch up, though very few. We do have the option of those of you that have that problem or challenge to continue to work on the graduation for the following year, continue to attend the classes and so on. And we will transfer some of these credits. And I believe Kailash got the approval from the board for us to do this. If you want to speak to that, Kailash, on that particular aspect of it.
Yes, I think we know that this has been not an easy year for all of us, actually, for some people particularly. And so they have not been able to complete. They do desire to complete this program. We want to encourage them to do so. So we'll take what they have done already into credit, into account, and then they will look at the curriculum for next year and identify the remaining courses and the Sundays so that they can get the total complement of the 15 or 16. For next year, by the way, we are seriously considering not having the 70% option. We will probably require 100%. I think that's the board has to discuss that, but we consider that as probably a better way to go, because we are providing very select knowledge and information. It's good for everybody to get all of it. But in any case, for this year, we will identify with each of the candidates who want to continue the courses that they need to complete, and then we'll get them graduating in the 2021 class. So that's all, Ganpatiji.
Yeah, and also I just wanted to request also the for the next year, many of you, we would be coming back to you to be the TA, just as we are doing. Some of us are doing this year from the who graduated last year. So we would need to replenish that TA pool, if you will, to continue to do the grading and helping with the faculties as with the classwork and arranging the classes and all those things, coordinating the classes and all that stuff.
Can I add one more on that one? So our wish is that we have a blend of both the 1819 and the 1920 classes, both mix of 12. We are enhancing the job description to, we call them faculty associate, FA. So the word TA will not be used henceforth. And the faculty associate basically are people who can work with the faculty in designing the course, designing the lecture, and at times be able to also teach. We're looking for that kind of because we want people to grow into faculty and teaching positions and so on from our programs. So that is an opportunity for self-development also. But we would like to see a mix. Yeah.
The
FA, we call them FAs.
Yeah. Yeah, the interesting. Sorry?
Sorry.
Yeah, I was also going to capture the thought about the interesting dynamic that we got into this year because of the COVID situation. All of us ended up having to be online as opposed to in person. I mean, at least those of us that are in town, that's what I'm saying. Of course, I know many of you are out of state. Yeah. So we have, I should say, fine-tuned this online presence.
Yes.
And yet, I mean, there is clearly that missing element. I want to point that, that of being present with each other, and that cannot be completely overlooked. Yeah. And so this is going forward. I don't know next year. I mean, we will still have this presence, but it also is important to have a face-to-face, in proximity presence at these talks and meetings and so on. And that is the one element that I do miss, or did miss, continue to miss this year. As Gauravji was pointing out, our cohesion factor that he was mentioning, this phenomenon of being able to be together is what's missing from that mainly. So there may or may not be a complete solution for that because we live in different parts of the country anyway. So with that, I just wanted to capture the thought, but
good point. Virus willing.
Yeah, virus willing. Yeah. So any other questions? If without that, then I'll just stop right here. Am I giving it back to Gauravji or?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
I wanted to bring in the one thing I wanted to say is, the good part about having online students for 2019, the transition to online because of the coronavirus became seamless.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were already online, and if that day Gauravji said, no, I'm not taking someone from outside.
Yeah.
Then I think it would have been harder to go online during coronavirus. And the nice part is, in spite of this virus situation, there was no break in the process.
Yeah.
You're right.
All the faculty,
yes, yeah.
Everybody cooperated, and that was a good part. That's all. Thank you.
Lataji, would you like to talk about the graduation plans?
I also didn't prepare anything, Gauraji, but I think in my mind, I think we definitely are having an online graduation. I think I will reach out to the scholars of 1920 and I mean the last year's and this year's scholars and see if we can put a nice entertainment program together. So that's all right now I have, but the graduation is on August 16th. It will be the same time. I think so, right, Gauraji? 1 to 5?
That's correct. It'll be 10:30 to 12. It'll be earlier in the day.
Earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've just started thinking about it. So I will reach out to all of you to see how we can put this together.
And Lataji, I think we also know that we're gonna mail everybody a graduation package, all the artifacts.
Yeah, you will be getting your certificates by mail.
Yeah,
along with some goodies.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So the one thing I definitely need from all of you, I know some of you have already started sending the profile photograph and the bio. So that will also help us and the resident faculty to see, you know, how we can engage all of you next year.
Right.
So please, we need that for the souvenir document. So you need to send that as soon as possible.
And home address.
And your home address.
Or physical
yes.
mail.
Yeah, let me put some more thoughts to it and, you know, reach out to you all within a week's time.
Good.
That's all I have, Gauravji. I don't know, you expected something else.
No, this is good. That's all good.
Okay.
We're good. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So on the crowdsourcing, crowdfunding thing, hopefully you tried your phone on this little QR code. I saw this with a few friends from IIT Kharagpur where they ran a quiz competition, which used to be big in the 80s and 90s, right? They ran an online quiz competition and raised $50,000 in 1 day, in 1 day. With just this. Essentially, they had people coming in from all over and everyone just needs to scan this on their phone. And in 30 seconds, they've donated money. So it was very impressive. Last year, we raised $4,500 for the graduation ceremony and everything was self-funded. That was good. Vijayji, do you have any updates? I know you and I need to talk, but any updates on the $? He's probably on mute. Okay. But anyway, $. Computation is pending. Me spending some cycles on that with Vijayji. That will happen. Now that our Sundays are going to be returned. We will be asking for tabulated hours and then completing the tabulation by mid-July and recording it into our registers, sending it to the board for approvals. And then, we'll be starting work on the 2021 $. Projects, which you will see shortly. So that's the 2021 retrospective. All right, let's move on to resident faculty perspective. And here, this is just a sort of a personal reflection from everyone in the resident faculty. Quite conveniently, my name is first in the list. Kailash asked me to speak first because he said, like he explained to me from the Supreme Court, when the Supreme Court judgment is given, the junior most judge is asked to offer his judgment first. So by the time it gets to the senior most judge at the end, he just says, okay, like this and it's all good. So it's my job to offer some personal reflections. So when we started this 2 years ago, and Kailash and I have been in this for 2 years and a few months together. When we started this, I didn't know what I was getting into. And so it has been a big learning experience for me personally. For me, the definition of dharma always has been the universal foundation of life and relationship, the glue that binds us together. And the CHT program is glue that we are creating with the community, as you saw from the field of view, where we are building that relationship with the community. But our relationship is dharma as well. This is like Kailash was serving. The difference between helping and serving is that serving is mutual, and it is, to help, you have to be higher than the other person, but to serve, you can be at any level. You could be higher, lower, at the same level. Service is a mutual relationship, and both parties benefit from serving. And this dharma is something that I have learned myself, where I found that the more I gave, the more I got back in learning, in in the love I received from everyone, as well as the correctional capability that this community offers, where I'm able to learn about my own flaws and improve those. So thank you for that as well. What I've also learned is that this is truly a land of opportunity, America is. And if you have the right ideas, you are able to bring things together. Recruiting people to the first course, recruiting teachers to come to us, recruiting partners to come work with us, recruiting other allies across the ecosystem. Recruiting has been a big learning for me, where in a corporate setting, you don't have to recruit anyone, people are assigned to you. But in a volunteer setting, you really have to, this is moral suasion as it's called, you have to work from your heart and use the gravity set forth by the heart, right? You have to attract people to your ideas, to your heart. And recruiting, I've learned a lot in recruiting through this process, where it's about the lower you are, the more you can recruit. So the more humble you are, the more you can recruit, because again, water collects at the bottom. So you're creating gravity. And so with all our partners, our intention has always been, we want to give first. With CFI, Lataji and I started it. We don't want anything from anyone, but we want to give. And if we want to give, we have to be lower in order to allow people to come and receive from us. So what we learned is recruiting, even for Community for Immunity, what Lataji and I started, we have 35 exceptional teachers, each of which are doing it out of their love. And it can't be that we're bossing anyone around. It can only be that in the line of servants, I'm ahead. I'm the most servant of all the servants, right? And so that is something that I've learned quite significantly just for myself. The other reflection I have is to be mission driven. Like an ant is mission driven, to go out, forage and get food back. And short-term obstacles don't mean anything. And so we've had obstacles all the time. So Kailash and my working rhythm is every day we talk for an hour or two, and usually we create more work than we solve, because we'll have ideas. Kailash is filled with ideas, and I'm filled with ideas, and we have our ideas collide and we create more ideas. So more work is created. And so what happens is obstacles come all the time. Daily we talk, weekly we run into obstacles, monthly we have a show-stopping obstacle where if we don't surmount it, everything is over. Those obstacles are actually, I found, if you have the big mission in mind, the obstacles are nothing, because frankly, 2 months later, I don't even remember what the obstacle was. But the mission still stays close to the heart. So being mission-driven is very important. And I found that in recruiting people, in asking other people to spend their time and their life and their energy to a common cause, calling upon the mission is the most important thing. And that mission allows us, it gives us the energy to surmount obstacles. And that's why I always believe that we invoke Ganeshji just for that reason. He is the god of obstacles, right? He is Vignaharta. So how is he removing obstacles? He's removing obstacles not by removing obstacles, of course. He's removing obstacles in the most Indian of ways, by giving us the ability to jugaad, right? To get around the problem, because the problem is nothing. The obstacle is nothing. So when we invoke Ganeshji, to me, it's always an invocation that the problem that you come up with, it's nothing. Go around it and just keep building. So that spirit is something that I've learned as well. This is a school for karma yoga, and what I've learned is that the more I give, the more I learn. And for that contribution to my learning, I would like to thank everyone. With that, I'm done talking. Thank you. I'd like to invite Mukundji to please say a few words in his reflection.
Thank you, Gauravji. And actually, before I begin my reflections, I have a complaint. Somehow I read during the WhatsApp traffic, I think this is generated by Ashish ji, that there was going to be, since all the videos had to be on, people would be penalized by being shot or something like that if the videos are turned off. Right? I see a couple of videos turning on, so shooting works. So I thought Ashish ji had said that there would be a hairstyle competition. And so I've been preparing for it assiduously for the past couple of days, and I'm very disappointed, and I have a serious complaint against Gaurav ji that he has taken it off the agenda. Maybe
He knew you wouldn't win, so it doesn't matter to you.
But I have never won
You're
any.
not in the race.
Ushaji, I have never won any competition in my life. So
Sorry.
I was hoping, you know, hope springs eternal, as they say. I was hoping that I could do. So I've been preparing. So let me tell you what my strategy is. I'm working my way up through professors. And so my current goal is to look like Albert Einstein, right? And once I have succeeded in looking like Albert Einstein, coronavirus allowing me to do, I'm going to go emulate the professor from Back to the Future.
Oh.
If you remember him. So, I still have hope. So anyway, I have lodged my formal complaint. So with that, maybe I can spend a few minutes going down memory lane. One statement to make, although before I start with that, is that everything that's happening today, HCI, would not happen exactly. That's me. Hey, do you see my selfie?
Yeah.
Good.
Look.
But
So,
Mukunji, don't forget you have to have compassionate presence, even if you complain.
Well, I have to learn that, Lataji. It's a process.
Slow gradual process.
So HCI would not have happened. HCI would not be here today, as Gauraji pointed out, without the single-minded determination of Kailashji to get it done. You know, and so, you know, everything we have here today, we owe to Kailashji. So Gauraji talked about how he's been with this program for what, a little over 2 years, right? Two years and a few months. I went back into my calendar and actually checked to make sure my memory is right. But the first day I met Kailashji was on the 24th of August in 2018. 24th of August sticks in my mind because that happens to be my sister's birthday. So anyway, a few weeks prior to that, Kailashji had approached one of my colleagues in Comm, Jarina Kapoor, and said we formed HCI, we're starting this program, and we would like you to get some people together to teach some courses around aging issues and end of life and palliative care and so on. One thing led to another, and shortly after the Sevathon that year, I had a 30-minute appointment on my calendar to meet Kailashji at Starbucks. I did not know this gentleman before then. So I showed up at Starbucks, you know, and it was at the cafe next to it, but that didn't look good, so it looked too crowded. So Kailashji and I walked over to Starbucks, which is 2 doors down, and our 30-minute discussion. I guess we were sort of imprecise about timekeeping. Lasted a little over 2 hours. And from then on, you know, I have gotten to know Kailashji a little better every time. I miss our long discussions over Chinese food and a glass of wine. And someday maybe we will start that again. But that's how I got introduced to HCI, and that's how I got introduced to doing some teaching with HCI. And then just to let you know about Kailashji's art of gentle persuasion, right? So approaching December 2018, he said that he sent, you know, I would get these texts in the 7:30 in the morning or 8 in the morning. Mukundji, I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes. You know, so yeah, we talked. And so he said he was thinking of reconstituting the HCI board, and would I consider being a member? And I was, you know, at that point, and I still am, doing a whole bunch of things. I work with Comm, I work with Stanford Hospital, Mission Hospice, I do this, that, and the other. And what I don't like to commit myself to doing something unless I can deliver a good product. So I told Kailashji, I don't know, I'm not sure, I need to think about it. And as it so happened, January and February of 2019, I was going to be out of town. I was going to make a long trip to India. And I said, give me time to think about it. And when I get back in end of February, I'll let you know. Good. So Kailashji, every once, you know, week or 10 days in India, I'm traveling here, meeting people there. I would get this little text from Kailashji, says, Mukundji, I hope you're enjoying your vacation, you know. Yeah, just checking in with you. I want to make sure you're doing well. You know? So I got 2 or 3 or 4 texts like that. And the day after I came back, Kailashji says, well, Mukundji, you're back. Can we talk? You know. So I just wanted to tell you that this art of gentle persuasion that he has, and I know that it can be less gentle when he needs it to be, but that happens very rarely, is kind of at the root of this behavior that Garuji described. You know, the ant doing its work every day, and pretty soon it's built this mountain from nothing, you know, of particles that are almost as big as itself, that it carries back and forth. Right? So I'm continuing to work on things for HCI. 2 years down the road, as Garuji has pointed out, there's several bumps in the road, and there'll be several more bumps in the road. But the reason I do it is because of the people, right? And I've used Kailashji as an example of one of the people that have influenced me and continue to influence me to do the kind of work I do. The other kind of people that you may or may not know is each one of you, right? In very different, subtle ways, all the people, and I have not met 100% of you, and that's what I regret with this this distance interaction, right? With every one of those of you that I've met, I have learned something from. So there is no hierarchy here. There is no, you know, I'm a professor, you are a lowly student, you know, so-and-so is the rickshaw driver, you know, that's not the case here. We are all human beings. We're all on this journey together. We'll continue to learn from each other, and we continue to serve. And so I guess the message I want to convey to you today is the reason I'm with HCI is because I'm learning every day. And the reason I'm with HCI is I get a chance to serve, right? And that's our learn, serve, learn model. Perhaps each of you can reflect on your journey over the past year, right? And ask yourself, did I gain anything from my experience, right? What is it that I gained? Try and conceptualize that, try and put that into words. And if you can document those, and if you're willing to share it with all of us, we will all be enriched by what we tell each other, right? We can all continue to learn from each other. These are just ideas I'm floating out. You know, that's not part of the assignment, right? Your assignment, someone else, our Dr. Registrar will come chasing you. I won't, right? I'm here just to crack a few jokes and have fun with you guys, right? And along the way, hopefully impart some of my experience, and along the way, hopefully learn a lot more from you. So as we go into, as you transition from getting your CHT certifications, you're going to hopefully move on to service. You know, if you just wanted to learn the Bhagavad Gita, if you just wanted to learn about dharma and karma and so on, there are hundreds of other opportunities that you have online, offline, in person, right? Classes that you can attend. But where can you go to ask yourself, how can I take these teachings of the Hindu tradition, and how can I apply those teachings to serve my fellow man, right? Not too many places, right? So ask yourself, what are you going to do with this piece of paper that will come only if you give your home address, by the way, right? Otherwise you don't get it this year. What will you do with this piece of paper, right? Frame it, put it on a wall, or use it as a leverage in whatever way you want to serve somebody, to serve your family, to serve your friends, to serve your community, and maybe do some of that through HCI. And we'll talk about the service aspect of it as we go along, unless I kill the next 4 hours just by talking and not stopping, right? If you can ask yourself, I have these skills, and this is how I want to use these skills of mine to serve somebody else. And each one of us has different skills. If we have 60 of us with 60 complementary skills, think of how powerful we can all be, right? So look at it from that way. Service is not something that, you know, that happens overnight. It's that little ant that goes along, taking little steps and doing its little thing. And then another little thing comes along, and you go down that path and you do that little thing. And pretty soon, before you know it, you're doing 100 little things and you have no time for the 101st. Right? And that's a good state to be in. It's a good way to live life. And the only other thing I have to say is I continue to work and I continue to try and develop myself. I'm now working on my haircut, right? But I have received inspiration from Baluji that I have to do. I have one more option that's coming my way that I can go after. You can always look for somebody who does better than you and try to emulate them, right? So I'll keep on heading down those multiple paths. So that's what I want to say. Enjoy working with all of you, and hopefully we'll continue to interact in many ways in the years to come.
Thank you, Mukundji. Mangalaji, may I ask you to please share your perspective?
Namaste, everyone. First of all, let me tell you, I am extremely happy to see all the smiling faces. Very, very, very happy to know that all of you and your families are doing well, safe, and you know, keeping up with whatever the world is throwing at us. So let me start with that note, and I pray for all of us to continue to stay healthy through the journey, and there is light at the end of the tunnel. I am a big believer in that, so let's get there. So today I just want to share with you my perspective about my experiences with HCI. I actually joined the 2019 batch as a scholar like yourselves. I had no idea what HCI was about. I basically ran into Gauravji handing his little flyers at the Sevathon, and the little flyer said Counselor of Hindu Tradition, and it was very intriguing to me. I said, what is that? I've never heard of a, a Hindu counselor and, all this stuff. So I was very intrigued and I applied. And like many of you, nobody had to twist my arm. Just the fact that there is somebody thought about creating this institute and somebody actually thought it was such a wonderful idea to serve the community was enough for me. I said, sign me up. And when I found out that they actually wanted a 30 Sunday commitment to us, I was thinking, oh my God, all that enthusiasm about knowing what the program is, and now they want me to set aside 30 Sundays. Am I really going to be able to do that? But, as Mukunji said, I look at people like Kailashji and Gauravji and all the people that have actually, I think they did years and years of planning before they launched the program. I said, you know what? If they have taken the time and if they have put in the energy to create this wonderful institute, what is 30 Sundays in the big scheme of things? So I immediately told my friends and family and everybody said, from now on, the next so many Sundays, don't bother me. Please don't call me between the hours of 1 to 5 because I'm going to do this. Because that is how excited I was and that is how much I believed in the cause of HCI. So I'm so glad, I'm so thankful that I had the opportunity to run into Gauravji that day. Because imagine, we see so many things happen in our lives, but when you hear people say there is a reason why things happen, right? So I feel like there was a reason I ran into him that day. If I had not run into him that day, I would not probably have been able to find out about HCI and have had the wonderful experiences that I have had. So I think my batch was the first batch. As Gauravji said, they didn't know what they were doing. And the funny thing was, we didn't know that they didn't know. So we all happily joined the class. We all took in everything they threw at us. We were like little sponges, I mean, we were seeing all these wonderful lecturers, wonderful faculty. They were coming and teaching us so many things. We didn't know. We didn't know how to put it all together. We just knew there was so much coming at us. We better, take it all in. We better absorb all that because this is coming from literally what I call world-class faculty. Where else would you get an opportunity to learn all this fantastic information, from people who are actually living the life that we all want to live, right? So that is what was so fascinating to me. Added to the fact that all of us in our class, the majority of us were local. I think we attended every single class. We were all so, we had built up a camaraderie, we had built up a wonderful relationships, and of course, all the goodies that everybody used to bring in every class, we were big time foodies. So along with the classes, we enjoyed all the hospitality. And the last day of the class, Anil Ji's family, Anil Didi's family, I think he's here. Anil Ji, raise your hand, please. His family, there he goes, yeah. His family treated us to a wonderful 7 or 8 course Punjabi meal. Everything prepared by hand, and I will always remember that as one of the best things that made us feel like a family, that brought us together as a family. So at the end of all the fabulous time we had in the class, all the fabulous lessons and the eating and all this stuff, I want to show you 2 things that we got. One of them is this beautiful yellow scarf. Lataji looked the high and low and probably scoured all the websites to find us these beautiful scarves with some beautiful writing on it. It's so as a graduate, I got the yellow scarf and the faculty got their pink scarf. And this year I'm hoping whatever color the faculty is going to get, I will also get that. And the second thing that I'm extremely proud of is I want to show you this certificate. This certificate has given me just as much joy as my engineering college, the degree certificate gave me, because at my age, again, going back and dedicating 30 Sundays is not a joke, managing the family and everything. So I'm just as proud of this as I am with my, college degree certificate that I got. So, those are just two things that you're going to get in terms of the symbols of what you get out of this course. But the actual value that you received from the classes, the actual application that you're going to get of everything that you have learned is priceless. I mean, that is the one word I can think of to say that is absolutely priceless. The amount of knowledge and the wisdom and the advice and the camaraderie, the friendship, everything that you've gotten. I mean, I really cannot compare it with anything else. So after we graduated, of course, we were all bursting with a lot of energy and saying, yeah, we want to go out and, serve the community. And now we have this shiny new certificate. We can hang a shingle and call ourselves a Hindu counselor and so on. But the reality of the matter is we live in a so happy society. So unless we have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed, we really cannot go out and start advising people as Hindu counselors. Yes, we can. In our individual capacity, we all work for one or the other nonprofit. We have always done one or the other type of a community service. So that doesn't stop you, from doing what you're doing. But to call ourselves to represent HCI, we just need to go a little bit further, one step further. So to that end, we said, let's work on that. Let's put a framework together. Let's find out, ways to properly do this so that nothing else will come back to HCI in terms of, reputation wise or, any kind of a litigation or liability wise. So that is why we had to kind of step back and make sure that we put all the processes together. Kailash ji is going to talk to you in great detail about the volunteer service that is in planning. And then eventually Ananda Corps, which will allow all of us to sign up as HCI volunteers and serve the community using the knowledge and the training that we have received. So personally for me, the reason I continued with HCI is because I look at HCI as, when you plant a seed, that seed takes a lot of care. I mean, it's going to grow very, 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 very slowly. A wonderful institute like this, it's only in its second year. So imagine, as Mukunji said, if every year 35, 40 graduates keep adding to HCI and keep it, help it grow bigger, what a tremendous resource it can be for the community. So at the end of the graduation, again, Kailash ji asked me if I wanted to be a part of the board and if I wanted to be a resident faculty. And I really was thankful for the opportunity because to me, HCI has become a family. And this is a relationship that we don't want to let go. I mean, we may stay in America, we may not stay in America, we may not stay in one local place, it doesn't matter what it is. But the relationship we have built with the family, it's like a family bond, it never goes away. And I'm pretty sure all of you are going to feel the same way once you, finish your classes. Right now, you're probably all too focused on finishing your homework and finishing your assignments and all this stuff. But when that pressure is gone away, when you look back at all the things that you have learned and everything the Institute has given you, I'm very, very sure you will all stick with it. Just the 2019 batch, we are still a happy bunch. We have our own WhatsApp group. We exchange a ton of information on that. We all, share our experiences. So the journey continues. And for me, it has not ended and I don't want it to end. And I hope all of you will feel the same way. And I wish you all the best. And I wish all of you will continue to stay with us and contribute to HCI.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Mangalaji, if you see
Yeah.
Rajuji's profile, see, we are all standing there behind.
Yes, yes, I see it.
That's really nicely done.
The first batch.
That is our first batch.
Thank
And
you,
I
Rajuji.
think the one more thing that you had said is, we also get that nice souvenir.
Yes.
Souvenir document.
Yeah, I don't have that with me, but yeah, as Lataji said, the souvenir document has all our profiles and bios and the overview of HCI and all that. It's a wonderful document. So all of you, please contribute your photos and bios to Lataji as soon as possible so that she can get enough time to get the souvenir to you. And that is something that you're gonna keep forever. I'm telling you, a very valuable thing to have. Okay.
Thank you, Mangalaji. And I have to say that as a rejoinder to what Mangalaji was saying, that it is thanks to Mangalaji's inputs that we were dissuaded from having 6 experts in one single session. So when we did see the first batch of CCHT, we overpacked every session with nutritional value. So we had I think the first 3 sessions were essentially like slog overs in a cricket match. Lots of very high power speakers at one go. We had 6 at one setting, and Mangalaji had dissuaded us from overdosing the batch. That was helpful.
Yeah, too much of a good thing sometimes is too much to digest.
By the way, this is the souvenir. This is what it looks like from last year. This is a good summary of the course. Who the instructors are, who you are, and then everyone's personal profile. It's really nice, and we printed it really nicely. It looks really nice. So you'll enjoy this when you get there. All right. Thank you, Mangalaji. And Puneetji, may I request you to please share your perspective? And your camera is on some sort of turquoise setting. Puneetji?
For some reason, my video is not showing me. I don't quite know why. Let me see if switching the camera will help.
Oh, yes.
You see,
yes.
It covered something, I think.
So you all know my technical skills now. Well, namaste to everyone. I am a new kid on the block, and you have all heard from people who've been together in this journey for 2 years, and I have just recently joined, and I'm very grateful for that, because I'll share with you why so. And I think literally everyone, Mukundji, Kailashji, Gauravji, have talked about how service can be a privilege, and I'll just since I'm new kid on the block, I don't have too much to say about the journey here, but I'll tell you why it can be a privilege to be able to serve. So, I think some of you know, I'm a psychologist, and I've been working as a psychologist for more than 25 years. But my Hindu roots were calling, and I wanted to do something that was connected with Hinduism. And I think that is what drew me to this program. And Kailashji convinced me also at Starbucks, also in a very gentle manner. And it was just a wonderful opportunity. I was looking for something that I could sort of combine my my Hindu traditions along with some of my skills, and it just felt wonderful. Talking about why indeed it can be a privilege. I think someone, I don't know, some guru, maybe Sri Ravi Shankar, said that, or somebody else, or maybe it's just somewhere there in our scriptures, that the arousal of bhakti doesn't happen easily. It is by the grace of God. And I would just say that even that arousal of a desire to serve doesn't come easily and doesn't come to everyone. It is only with the grace of God. And its absence can be, its presence is definitely enriches us. And its absence can actually make our life a little bit unhappy. See, when I started my journey, I was like many youngsters, I see self-doubting, a little bit codependent. And with the work that I was doing, I kind of grew into a self-assured person whose sense of self just could not be shaken. And also felt very grounded. And that happened not because of anything I did, but because of what happened through my interaction with my clients. So if I feel comfortable with myself, it is entirely because of what the people I've worked with have given me. It's not been any teaching, any learning. I hardly attend lectures by gurus. I must say I'm pretty poorly read when it comes to our scriptures. It's really the interaction with people that I have encountered at HCI and my clients for past 25 years that have given me that wonderful feeling, the sense of self, which makes me feel good. And the other thing is that when people don't have that sense of service in their hearts, sometimes it is very, very hard for them to go through life. Especially if, when they are young, they are busy with this and that. But as they age, if they don't have the sense of service, they do not find any, enjoyment in volunteering. So I've encountered a lot of, thousands and thousands by now, of people who are kind of struggling with depression. And amongst those thousands, the few that have just not been able to shake off the depression have been people who just could not get beyond that sense of self, just were not able to they would try this activity or that activity, but the ability to serve or the desire to serve just would not get ignited. I would kind of keep on encouraging them that, try different things. Maybe something will work. Maybe something will get your juices flowing and wanting you to sort of volunteer. And they just couldn't. And therefore I realized that really, and because they couldn't find that joy in volunteering, they could not get over the sense of feeling low and lonely and emptiness. And no matter what medications we tried, no matter what kind of work we did, it just stayed. So this sense of feeling kind of a sense of fulfillment as one ages is directly related to how much service we can give and receive. As Mukunji said, it's a two-way street. Another thing that is a two-way street is compassion. So when we when we are compassionate towards someone else, not from a position of, okay, I know it better and I can do it better, but when we can really kind of express compassion and acceptance towards another person, it's only then that we can accept ourselves. If you ever encounter a person who's super critical, know that that person is very unhappy with themselves. Because a person who's happy within is never going to go criticizing and being grouchy with others. So you see, it just is a two-way street. So when we cultivate one side of it, the other side gets cultivated also. So it allows you then to be a person who is grounded and compassionate and has a sense of purpose and joy. So in essence, you see, serving others serves us as much or perhaps more. So we're hoping, I'm really looking forward that all of us together can be on this journey, and I'm enjoying it so far, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to enjoy it, because it's important to get joy out of service in order for it to stick around and be meaningful. And yes, cheers to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Punitji. Kailashi, now may I request you to please share your perspective?
Thank you. I think I spoke earlier, and first thing I want to say is that it's quite overwhelming, the affection and the care that everyone here has brought into this purposeful dream. Mukunji talked about it, Gaurav-ji, and how we attached, how we associated, and Punitji and also Manglaji, her engagement and her great values that she brought in and continues to bring in, of course. So we have it's a very fortunate kind of circumstance that I think at least I find myself in. I think I'm very lucky and I'm very humbled and that what we started out with a very ambitious vision seems to be on a good track. I can say that. And the reason I say that is, I've lived in my life, I had opportunity to do some big things with the products, IBM, taking IBM into India, things like that, big, big undertakings. And every time you did those, you got a sense that I think it's going to work. You had that sixth sense or seventh sense of, I think we are doing it right. And somehow, all along these 2 years, with all the hurdles, I've been getting that sense. I think we are into something useful, something with longevity, something with a lot of value. And so I call these ideas apple seed ideas. I use this apple seed trick in my fundraising for education when I was at IBM. I would go into communities and I would take a bunch of apple seeds in my pocket. Then I went to the podium and I say, ladies and gentlemen, you know what I have in my hand? Nobody knew what it was. So I said, well, what it is an apple seed. They said, oh, okay, so what does this guy he's up to? I said, let me ask you a question. How many apples are there in this apple seed? And people said, well, many, too many. I said, well, infinite, right? Infinite. I said, no, that's the same thing with this education thing we are undertaking to raise funds for these programs for children. Every dollar you give is like an apple seed. You don't know which kid where, maybe he's going to become a Nobel laureate and come up with a cure for cancer, and these kids who are deprived, underprivileged. And so this is the way you should be looking at your contributions. They're significant, not just, don't look at it as $1. It is the impact and the attitude with which you come in. So this idea of our CHT program to me looks like an apple seed idea. And if we can get it successful and extend it out and convert that into community service, I have a great feeling that a lot of people would want to adopt it. And we'll be very generous in sharing our curriculum, our rules, our regulations, even sharing other ideas that we're going to develop with Ananda Core and so on, once we're comfortable that we have it stabilized and working. And you all are the co-developers of this product. I think we just keep saying, I think Manglaji said it, at the beginning, that they did not know that we did not know that we are also building the airplane in which we are flying. That's what happened. I think to some degree still happens until we get ourselves really well established in autopiloting the course, getting accreditation, getting our services bona fides and without any concerns. So we are still in that mode to some degree, but each one of you has made a contribution to it already by being in the course, by making your contributions, by being into dialogues or the own dollar projects. And for that, we are very, very appreciative. And I think my only other word is that please look at this as not at the end of your course, but the beginning of a great lifelong journey if you stay engaged in this learn, serve, learn model, extremely satisfying. At my age, I defied the old dog, new tricks kind of a adage, because I have admitted to you how significant an impact this course has had on me. Last 2 years of interacting with so many amazing people, my own insights, and that field of view, the view of our tradition, it's so rich. I've had the opportunity to come very close to it by doing the reading and contemplating and thinking it through and looking at my own life, my own circumstances, and those around me. And it's been very beneficial to me. So once again, and yeah, the big thing I think is we have a dedicated team now of about 150 people, and they're all paid in generous Ohm dollars. We can be very generous with our Ohm dollars. And that list includes amazing people, highly educated, highly accomplished, and very generous with their contributions and their desire to help HCI. And that I think the newer arrivals to that are the yoga and meditation instructors, our visiting faculty, our TAs, and soon to become FAs, our, of course, resident faculty board, and all the volunteers. And the landlord, JP, I'll never forget him. He's the one who said, don't worry, I have the space. You just get your furniture and your stuff. So we've been very fortunate with all the support and the leadership that has evolved among us. I mean, I can think about many of them. We're going to bring in Anilji and the team. Lataji is always the amazing contributor in every which way. I won't be able to name everybody, but I'll just say very fortunate to have kind of people, you know, and the kind of giving back that is going on collectively within this sphere we call HCI. And I'm very humble and I'm very thankful to all of you. And I wish for you to stay engaged with us. Thank you, Gauravi.
Thank you, Kailashi. Thank you very much. We do need to take a break, but I'm hoping if we could go through the looking ahead part. Kailashi, if you could talk us through what the next few things are. Then we could take a break and then go directly into discussion items and maybe conclude early. So,
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're going to go through what is the outlook and what are the options as you are completing the certificate. If you're not completing it, you can stay engaged, continue, and earn your own dollars. You have all the options are open. We'll always keep those options open. You can, even those who are graduating will be welcome to attend the courses next year. So that is another facility we want to leave open. And then we're going to talk about the positions we have open. And I'll show you quickly that we're going to start signing simple agreements, like a half page, so we know there's a clear understanding of expectations of both sides. And then we'll talk about the announcement of course 3 and the recruitment plan. Gauravi, next slide, please. So I think basically it's all clear. We've all spoken. I think I say sky is the limit. And I've been fortunate to be in this give back mode for many, many years. Been part of some great founding, some great organizations, Thai, American India Foundation, some others in Kentucky and so on. They're doing great work. And so what I find is that when you are not interested in your self-interest and you have something bigger in mind, then sky becomes the limit. You can keep going, you can keep doing it, and nobody's going to stop you. So I think that's the attitude I have in being able to just learn, being on the learn, serve, learn kind of a loop, that there's no limit to what you can do. And there will be always opportunities for you, always. You never run out of opportunities to serve. That is basically where I think we are as we complete this milestone. The options available for each one of you are, first one is you continue serving independently, meaning with a new confidence, with all the knowledge that you have gathered, and you always have the support of the HCI network. So you can always lean back and connect back and say, hey, I've got this situation here. What do I do, for example? So on your own, but you will now be serving better. You are more aware of the protocols, the privacy, the sensitivities, the need to listen much, much more than talk. All those things that we have been talking about here and exposed to. Second option you have is to explore graduate education possibilities. For those of you who want to continue on There is this whole emerging field of the Hindu chaplaincy that's coming up in North America. I think there'll be some opportunities there, and we'll be part of that in some ways at HCI. And the third one is that we are offering 3 different positions for this next year. As I think we talked about before, we have 12 these faculty associate positions, the previously known as TA positions. And we are going to assign 2 Sundays to each one. So it's not going to be a massive amount of work. Through the 8-9 months of the course, you will get 2 Sunday sessions, but you will be kind of a co-faculty for that. You will be working with one of us, one of the resident faculty people, and designing those 2 courses ahead of time. And so there's no rush, and the learning objectives will be prepared and presented to the class by you. And then homework will be done on time, tracked, and properly recorded on time. So those are the positions, and you'll also have an opportunity to teach some of the sections, depending on your relationship with the resident faculty. So those are 12 positions, and we are hoping a mix of perhaps 6 and 6 from both the years will come in to participate and volunteer to work on those positions. The second one is we are launching, hopefully in August, if we can put all the pieces together, with some one-day kind of a onboarding training that we call that the community volunteer service. This is a precursor to the Ananda Core, which is going to be much more robust and had to meet more requirements in terms of the processes and the regulatory kind of considerations, so that we are very safe and we are very respectable and we have a high quality performance and recording, et cetera, et cetera. So this community volunteer, the CV service, is basically a precursor to Ananda Core. So it will elevate to Ananda Core when we have met all the requirements. And here we have we already have 4 of the people from the first batch, Anilji's leadership, and there is 3 or 4 other people who've been working on it. They are already part of that effort, and we'll probably invite 5 to 6 more people from the new batch, from the 20 class, this class, to participate in that. And the commitment there will probably be like 3 to 4 hours a week, I think, on average. The commitment on the FA position, by the way, is about 20 hours a year. It's very small. So one can actually sign up for both the positions if they have interest. I mean, for example, Vijayji already, in fact, he's one of those people who always wants to be overworked. So he's doing a great job as a CFO, and now he's also volunteered to be part of this FA position to make sure that our processes are working great. So that is also an option for people who want to do contribute on both of those. And the third one is also extremely important, and that is that there are lots of functions on the Ananda Core. And Srinathji is doing the major architecture and software design work there. But in addition to that, there's a lot of other responsibilities on the FOM, on the directories for service providers, for mentors. Some of that is happening, but they need to be made much more complete. And we probably have 4 or 5 or 6 people required there to work with the overall guidance, Mukunji. And we'll also get Anilji and the CV group also working very closely together there. So we'll basically have maybe 10 people engaged in this service effort, which is the CV, community volunteer, and the Ananda Core combined. So that end objective is basically service. So we have about 22 positions. And of course, in regardless of what you do and you don't do in this regard, we want to make sure that we keep you connected with the team HCI. I call that HCI Sangha. And you will be attending courses if you wish. We'll keep that open as part of the continuous learning. We'll give you periodic updates, hoping we'll maybe print a quarterly newsletter. We keep talking about that. We got to find somebody who can, but that's another opportunity for somebody who likes to write, for example. We'd love to get that started also. And the other one I'm going to talk about later on is we call the subspecialty options that I think we're going to extend our thinking beyond the CHT program, and we'll talk about that a little later. Gaurav? So here, that's right. So I think we're talking about this is a clear number. I'm repeating myself here now. 12 faculty associate position, the community volunteer under the core, and individuals can apply for more than one. And by the way, everybody's eligible. We would like to maintain a 50% Bay Area kind of a count on these three, just to make sure that we have some, because services are going to be Bay Area centric. So that is one consideration, but it's not hard and fast. But I think everybody is welcome to sign up, is basically what we're saying. Numbers can also be expanded if we have more people signing up. Minimum commitment is 1 year, August to August. And we would like to have signed up, everybody signed up before July 31st. And the simple agreement I talked about. And the only one requirement we have is that once you sign up for a year, if you decide that you cannot continue at some point, when you leave, you will help find a replacement for yourself, because we know in the volunteer organization, it becomes hard mid-course to fill positions. So with the understanding that you will be able to work with us, one of us, whoever closest to the situation, and maybe we have the proper refill and the proper phase in, so we don't have a disruption going on in there. It'll be honor system evaluation, and it'll be some simple milestones you will identify yourself. So that's kind of a process we are talking about. And the next one I think must be the template, Gaurav. Yeah, this is a simple agreement that basically says that I have signed, it'll be signed with two people, two of us, one senior volunteer, one volunteer. Says having reviewed and understood the position description, responsibility, code of conduct, and privacy. This is all just to make sure that we are on the same page in terms of what we are getting into in this relationship. Commit to a part-time volunteer position as described elsewhere. That will be a description. The volunteer further understands that the commitment is a free will commitment, and he or she may void this agreement at any time without cause by giving a 30-day written notice to the other party. And it is also understood that in case of midterm discontinuation of this agreement, volunteers will identify or help identify a suitable replacement to complete the remaining term of this agreement. And you sign. And it's simply not a legal document, it's an understanding between HCI and the person who is volunteering their time. So that just to give you a feel for the process we are going to follow with a little bit more rigor this year than we have been doing so far, because our dimensions are changing, our numbers are increasing. Okay. Yes, the announcement for the next class is that we're going to definitely, I think Gauravji has taken you through all the things. Gauravji, I think it's your chart.
Yeah, I'll talk through this.
So I will say, maybe just stop here for a second, and we're not pausing for any questions so far. We are talking one way. I just realized.
Like the train now. Yes.
Yeah, so maybe we should do a little pause here, Gauravji?
Yes.
Before we go to the next announcement?
Yeah, so why don't we take a break? It's 2:55 and you can hear me, right? How about we get back together in 20 minutes at 3:15?
And my recommendation is we open up first 10 minutes for question answers, please. Because I think we have spoken a great deal.
And we're almost done through the slideware, so we are very close to the conversation now.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah.
So when do we come back?
To 3:15 in 20 minutes from now.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. See you. Namaskar, welcome back. I'm not seeing all the videos. I don't know if everyone's back. Is everyone back? If you are back, we will take photos when everyone is fully present.
The moment you said photos, they turned their video on.
Okay.
I'll need a few minutes to style my hair.
Now, what do? I have the mustache style of Kailash-ji, the hairstyle of Gaurav-ji, and the beard style of Mukund-ji.
You got the best of all worlds.
It looks like. And I used to look like Balaji some 45 years back. And the first time I went to the American consulate to get a visa, they said you should have a haircut.
Visa is all fine, but you need a haircut. All right, ready for the photo?
Vasuji and Sudhaji are already ready posing.
Yeah.
Mangalaji, Saurabhji, Savitaji, Ganpatiji, Ashishji. We're not seeing your camera. Your Ganpatiji, Anilji, and Sushmaji. Who's R? R's iPhone. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, come to the center so we can take a full photo of you. Yeah. And smile.
Lataji, you're only half face. Yeah, good. That's better. Yeah.
And we have two Rajujis for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rajuji, you're cloning yourself.
All right, in 3. Okay, we have to say cheese, right? All right.
Yeah, can you see my background?
We can
Mukunji
see
is there.
Amazing.
See,
Amazing background.
All right.
Mukunji is there.
Srinaji, you're looking very dark because of that background. Your face is not very clear. Yeah, 1 second, let him, yeah. Some of those artificial backgrounds take away the real face.
Mangalaji is missing.
Yeah, that's good.
Mangalaji is not back.
Saurabhji, Ganpatiji, Anilji.
Should we wait for this, Lataji? Maybe.
Yeah, let everyone come.
Yeah, it'll be good to have everybody included.
Yeah, I think you can get started and do it after 5 minutes.
But Vasuji and Sudhaji have been posing for so long.
I know.
Give them a special shot then, separate.
I got one photo. We will start, and then when the Mangalaji and others return, we will get back online. All right, we promised to make this interactive. We're almost done with the one-sided conversation part. So just give me 5 minutes. We want to tell you that the CHT2021 course is announced. Essentially, we are about to send out announcements. We have approval. We want to incorporate all the lessons from the first course, like from the second course as I talked about, and we want to have more interactivity, increase the role of the faculty associates, not just teaching associates. So we're calling them faculty associates. Each associate now handles 2 days, essentially 2 full days, start to finish. So you're working with some resident faculty, and that resident faculty has, and a certain number of days that they're accountable for. And what they're accountable for is not just merely delivering their days, but for delivering the learning objectives to the scholars, which means the visiting faculty comes in, you describe the learning objectives, the class is delivered, homework is handed out, homework is received, evaluated, and closed. So the entire cycle is driven by the faculty associate along with the resident faculty. So that makes everything more scalable and more clear. The feedback we had from you, and rightly so, is when we do our homework, we are encouraged if you give us feedback. If you don't give us feedback, we're not encouraged. That completely makes sense. But again, we're going to fix that in this new cycle with your help. Wherever needed, we're going to enhance the curriculum and enforce the learning objective discipline. Start date should be around fall, which is a typical schedule. So the recruitment will run from now, so July through August. And sometime in September, we will have our first class, and then we'll go through the usual 8 months from that point on. And we will take in a class size of maximum 50 graduating. So we might over recruit, knowing that a few people will drop off early on because of the interview process. But the idea is we want to graduate 50 people next year. And then it's primarily online. That's the big change. Now, Uncle Sam wants you to help, which is to say that we want you to encourage incompletes to finish next year. We also want you to talk to your friends and family and tell them about what you've experienced, and let your work and your service also be an example to people that they want to experience what you're experiencing. So if you could try to get 1 to 2 people yourself, then collectively we'll be able to bring in the right quality and kind of people into our course. And also be very selfish. If you're just the 2 people in your city or the 1 person in your city, encourage local people to come in and sign up, because then once there's critical mass in a city, there's so much more goodness that can come out of it. So our request to you is to please reach out to your network and tell them about the course. I'm going to sneeze, but it's not coming. Sorry. All right, never mind. This is the volunteer sign-up sheet. I'll send you the link also, but it's a Google sheet just like the ones you've seen. This is what the Google sheet looks like. You write your name, tell us your area of interest, one of these 4, and then the faculty you want to work with. Kailash already talked about Ananda Kaur, faculty associate and community volunteer. I do want to put in a word for a couple of people that would be needed for the quality of life editorial team, because all the great work that's happened so far on quality of life, we want to be able to publish, to make publications out of those. And so the editorial team would work with me and the incoming scholars to convert these notes and further research into publication material. So we'll need a few. So please state your area of interest and any specialty. For example, if you're interested in compassionate presence, or you're interested in SGS, or you're interested in last rites, or Bhagavad Gita, Hindu tradition, whatever your area of interest is, if you name it, it'll help us allocate accordingly. So this link I will send you, and enter to win sweepstakes is simply you get Om dollars. So those are the sweepstakes.
Gauravji, can they, are they able to select more than 1 interest if there are multiple interests?
You can double book, yes. As long as you have the time. These are not overlapping, because the interest. So for example, the FA role runs for maybe a 6-week period or 8-week period, and the rest of the year you're free to do other things. So, if you're interested in doing multiple things, just write your name twice in that list, and we will.
Yeah. Like Gauravji, like Vijayji pointed out, I mentioned that he would be interested in helping with the Moodle and student management and all that. Where would he sign up?
He will have to sign up as a faculty associate and then write Moodle next to.
Okay. For the FA position. Gauravji, one more question. We are going to publish the 24 Sunday curriculum schedule also, for people to pick a specific session, so they can sign up on this, but for a specific session, they have to look at what their interest is in the particular subject matter, where they may want to even get into teaching some of that or whatever. So that phase, I think, will come in, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
And also, if they are not sure where it goes, they can just put it there, and then the faculty can decide.
We can find a lot of talking. We have enough time to make sure everybody's comfortable.
Yeah.
On the faculty associate role, the important thing is you're not just introducing the faculty now. You're also anchoring the subject. You're also evaluating, but also the next Sunday, for example, if we have a recap schedule, then if you're the faculty associate, you're still hosting that recap, encouraging conversation within the scholar community. So it's more than just introducing the visiting faculty. you'll be more involved. So you have to really like the subject is my point here.
More than hosting,
Yeah.
you are subject matter. You are into the subject matter, have confidence about understanding it and being able to also teach some of it.
Yes, that is exactly right.
Just to highlight what Garuji said, I think what's critical is your area of interest. What are the things that you motivate you and what things you want to get involved in?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter which of these four roles, that if that area of interest matches the most critical item in my opinion. So.
That's a good point. Yes, very much.
Great. Wonderful. All right. I think this is the sign-up sheet. I will send you the link. And again, this will go to the 2019 batch as well. Now we're up to the open discussion items. But before that, now may I request you to open out your camera so we can take a photo. Beena ji, Usha ji, Anil ji, Pallavi ji, Saurabh ji, Sushma ji, and whoever RG is. R's iPhone, I can't tell who that is. And I have to say the Golden Gate clearly appears to be a very valuable backdrop for Zoom. 3 people are in front of the Golden Gate Bridge. Meenakshi ji and Sushma ji. Meenu ji, would you mind opening your camera? And Pallavi ji. All right. We're in full selfie mode, and Pallavi ji, is that you? Who's this person right next to Pallavi? 1 second, I'll tell you. Meenu ji, that's you. Meenu ji, we're not seeing you, we're only seeing the Golden Gate Bridge. There you go, yes, thank you. Great. All right, great. In 3, 2, we're going to have to say paneer or CHTs. CHTs, all right, 3, 2, 1, CHTs. One more time, CHTs. All right, we're done with the photos. Thank you. I will ship it right back to you. You can keep your camera on. Now for open discussion items. Here are a fun items, a few items that we need to talk about. Clearly, increasing group cohesion and creating a high-value network of Comm yogis is important. If you have thoughts on that, those are welcome. The 3 big topics that we want to cover today are we want to engage and create content around pre-marriage guidance. And then the second is help increasing volunteers Hindu volunteers at hospitals. And then also the third thing is CHTs as hosts for topics that we're interested in as speakers at the wider community events. So with that, Kailash, I'll pass it back to you for hosting this part of the conversation. And then also in the middle, when you're speaking up, we do want to hear from you. So this is the interactive part. If you have reflections, those are welcome as well.
Yeah.
We want to hear from you.
Yeah, we're going to start with this. So thank you, Gauravji, again. And so I think my preamble on this particular subject matter is that for an institution to have the what we call the legs and the foundation to go on beyond our times, that's how you look at it, not just 1 year or 2 years. You have to establish processes and programs and the discipline and the mechanisms of quality control and so on and so forth. But in this case, our CST program, we believe, is going to become reasonably secure with the 3rd course in terms of our the curriculum, all the things we talked about, how we are enforcing the processes, learn from the things we missed in the first 2 times, and bring up new ideas and new personalities with ideas. That's very important. So we're comfortable with the CST course, and also I think with the work that Ashish ji has done, and we're going to continue with that, we are trying to identify the best accreditation destination for us to go to in the next couple of years. So I'm very comfortable. But then we have a couple of things to do. One is, how do we go into a graduate school kind of a mode that means enhance the CST course into a master's degree program in Hindu tradition, for example, maybe combining some of the yoga and the meditation aspects of things, maybe nutrition, some of the other elements that are very important. But I don't want to design that course right now. But before that, I think we have an opportunity to create what we call subspecialty, like in medicine. Our CST is a very modest step forward, but we have some strong needs in the community, and I put down there, needs of the community equals team HCI opportunities to serve. That's fundamentally what it is. In all the traditions that we know, there is a mechanism where before the young people get married, they are given counsel by the clergy. Mostly it's clergy-based counseling. And they go into their own religion and all the acumens and all the rules and the commandments and all those things. In our Hindu tradition, that is not the case. Now, good and bad, but in this society where we now live in the diaspora, it is not acceptable for our young people not to have an analog of some such mechanism. Now, we may not be the ones who are going to make it worldwide acceptable, but we could be that seed that people look at and say, hey, you know, those guys in Bay Area, they do something like this. Maybe we should take it to the university level. Maybe people pick up the idea. So thought process we are going through, and again, we would like you to engage with this discussion. This is not something we have planned, something that we are going to brainstorm in the next several months now, after we finish this particular graduation. And people like Neil would be part of that discussion because he's got an amazing experience in dealing with the community needs. He also brings the Pandit aspect into things. We have Punitji who understands psychology, and she deals with marriages and marriage situations every day. So we have amazing knowledge in our team. We can bring others also too. But create maybe a certificate kind of a course for some people who have the acumen, and not everybody can do this, but some who may be able to very much convinced into this being a good opportunity, and create a CST group of pre-marriage guides. So that's one idea, and bring basically the Hindu perspective. What does the marriage from a Hindu perspective mean? What is the logic? And what are the considerations? What is the tolerance, accommodation, respect, all the things that we bring in? Not that everybody else doesn't bring it, but we don't seem to serve it to our young people. So that's some very early idea. The second one, I think you heard the story about Maheshji, for example.
I think Kalaji's video froze.
Yeah.
I think his connection issue, he probably has to rejoin. Let's give him a few minutes.
Have at least maybe one person that hospital can call upon who has the Hindu kind of a perspective for people who desire that kind of a spiritual care and guidance, for example. So how do we create that? So that is the second one. I don't have any recipe on that one, but how do we create this self-development and make it a more prevalent than it is right now? It's kind of rare. And the third one, I think that everybody can do, and that is that when we become CHTs, we have maybe an affiliated temple or maybe a community center, and we could say, look, we're going to host next couple of weeks a workshop on health directives or on Hindu traditions, on Bhagavad Gita, some particular recitation, or wellness. And you bring the right people, and the HCI can be your source of the speakers and the expert that you may require. So you have more confidence that you can plan some of those things. That is something that everybody can start doing at some level as part of your outreach and your identification with the communities, so on. So those are three thoughts that we thought we will just put on the table, and for us to get some feedbacks from you. And then, of course, we'll continue some engagement of those who might be interested in helping develop some of these ideas. Gaurav, back to you.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Kalaji. So this is the interactive open participation session. First off, my question to everyone is, I'd like to invite everyone to offer their reflections. If you would like to share, we would like to hear your reflections on the course. And if you have any point of view on any of these three topics, we'd love to hear that.
Or anything else.
Can I go first?
Yes,
I mean,
Manju,
can I,
sure.
Gauraji?
Yes, please, Manju.
Oh, so this is Manju. Yeah, I was a scholar in 2019 batch. I got the good opportunity or blessing to be a TA with Gauravji last year. So yeah, I think some of you guys covered, my reflection was that, yeah, the Moodle was still, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that Moodle is going to continue because it's just more work than it's needed. But other than that, I think that I'm glad that you guys are fixing the TA-ship because it was too passive. And also with this shelter in place, it made it worse because you could never meet the students. So with more interaction of this FA, I think I was very glad to hear that. Thank you. About these three things that are offering, I am really excited. I think you're on the right path. And if I could, I would like to sign up for the pre-marriage. And of course, so I was thinking like, you know, if you could have one thing that I wish I could contribute and I could do is like, if anybody's interested, like I'm pretty confident of Gita and especially the first 3 chapters because I've studied it and I've taught also. So instead of like doing the entire class, like we could have an elective program where then only the students, so it's an elective, so they don't have the pressure to come because teaching is best done when the students want to learn rather than you must come for this. I know like accreditation, all that is there. So I was thinking if you could offer that accreditation, then I would love to be, I could take the class on Bhagavad Gita and we could do it on Zoom, like 10 slokas at a time or whatever, like, you know, I have an idea how to do it. So it's easier for the students and it's not a workload. The other thing that I have been doing successfully this summer is working with one-on-one, and I think I can do with a large group. I have all the files set up, is the reading of Valmiki Ramayana. I've been doing Sundarkanda, it's amazing. And even if you do 10 verses per day, it's an amazing thing. And I have the file set up, so it's very easy. So that's another offering. If they want to do the elective of reading the Valmiki Ramayana, guided, you know, very little effort for them. Even if they don't know Sanskrit, I'll give them the files, they can read it, chant it, know the meaning and move on. And one more offering is if anybody is interested in studying Panchatantra to be taught to their children, I think it's an excellent text. And I have actually prepared a very easy HTML and I can be their TA for that also. Again, that should be an elective. These things are fun if the teachers, you know, students want to learn. So they could do Panchatantra with me in the Sanskrit, in the original form with English translation, Devanagari Sanskrit and all that. So these are the things that I've been working this summer and I would be glad to share with anybody. You can do it as a Zoom session. So these were my thoughts.
Thank you, Manju. More thoughts?
What was your question? I think you want each one of the scholars to talk, right?
Panditji has unmuted.
Yeah, I would like to go around the circle, whatever. Panditji, go ahead.
Yes, if I can. Namaste, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm looking forward to next week Sunday because there's no class. I'm just kidding. It's been an amazing experience. Like most of you, I did not have the opportunity to have a cup of Starbucks with Kailashji, but I look forward to doing that one day once COVID-19 is gone. And this has just been an amazing experience. There's so much knowledge, not only knowledge, but real life and real world experience that I have gained over the past year from all of you, faculty and each one of you. And there's so much to learn. It's unbelievable. Gauravji and I had a discussion. We were chatting maybe a week or so ago. For our alumni, I was suggesting either a LinkedIn page, which is private, and he suggested actually a Facebook page that's private, where we can share and collaborate. WhatsApp is great, but I try very, very hard to stay away from my phone. And for concentration and meditation purposes, it's a distraction, a deterrent. We can't live without it, of course, but I would really love to see either a Facebook page or LinkedIn page where we can all, as an alumni, we can, we can share and post our different qualifications, specialties, and so forth. That at some point we can all come back and reference and collaborate. There's just so much, and I see a lot of shares on WhatsApp. Yoga and Sanskrit and all these things. The person that just spoke, I forgot, I didn't take your name, but I am absolutely interested in Valmiki Ramayana, and I would love to join, and I will make the time for that. But just wanted to call that out, and thank you all so much. Thank you all, and please be safe. And I'm sure we will. This too shall pass. We will all be together soon. Thank you.
Panditji, that was Manjuji.
Manjuji, thank you.
Manju Gupta. Yeah.
I look forward to that. I love it.
Thank you. I would also be, I've done the guinea experiment this summer with somebody, so I'm more prepared.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Who else wants to go next?
You can go frame by frame.
Yeah, everyone has to go, so.
Yeah.
I can go next, actually. Bala here. Namaste.
Okay.
Yeah. So when I joined the course, I had some understanding of the Bhagavad Gita. Then as the course went along, and also over other engagements, like being with Gauravji, like pointing us to, the Gita conference, and so different feedbacks, and also in communicating with Ashishji and other folks, having an idea of, like getting a little bit different, and also more and more, Sanmayji also getting an idea of what Bhagavad Gita can be, and like where you can apply what, in which situation you may apply what, and also where it may apply for whom, and like it's a universal text, but it probably is what part of it will apply for whom. Those kind of clarifications, or clarity rather, I should say, is what I think I observed over a period of the last 1 year. So, and the thing is that the Bhagavad Gita as such, like is a very individualistic text. But I think this HCI has given the Sangha aspect for me personally, being in a totally different land where, you are more connected with people here than, your own people back home as the time passes by. So this gives a Sangha aspect of what we could be having actually. And on the class, it has been wonderful, like both online as well as our classes in session. Almost all the faculty has been fabulous. The TAs have been very generous with, like letting us not do the homework on time. But I should say that it has been an amazing journey. And few things which we can change maybe is a little bit more group discussion among the scholars during the class time, maybe set aside maybe 15-20 minutes of each class, or maybe 15 minutes, where we can have a little bit more interaction among the scholars on the same day. Maybe it will help. Maybe recorded, non-recorded. The non-recorded may be letting people come out more easily, participating to start with. Those kind of stuff. And also other things that currently we are almost all like text-based assignment capture. Now maybe we can look at also having a partially like a video-based options, or like a audio-based option where the scholars can input their like learned idea as an audio file or a video file, whichever way they may. Yes, the world is moving more and more towards video related things, right? So the multimedia related things, so people can summarize that maybe more easier than like putting down in text, which may take more time. So those are the kind of things I think maybe we can look at, as in for different reasons it may or may not be possible, but those are the thoughts coming to me.
Wonderful.
It's been a nice journey, and I appreciate all your help and guidance. And I think I sign up for something which Kailashji has roped me in. So I'm going to be associated with HCI, and I would be happy to be on call and help wherever I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What order should we follow? Let me see.
Left to right.
My different from yours. So let's see. Vijayji, would you have any feedback to share?
Sorry, for you.
Vijayji, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Yeah.
Hari Om. When I joined the course, I was not aware where this course will lead me. But it has really given a lot of knowledge about the Hindu traditions, about the Hinduism, about the fact of the lives. And some of the examples I'll give it, like the interfaith marriage, empathy, sympathy, compassion. These type of things we have not aware of, most of the, even in the family, that these are very essentials of the Hinduism, and we miss it. Like Puniji has mentioned about the one Pandit in Fremont, this is very common practice. We generalize the things and we don't take it very seriously. But these are very serious things in our life. And this, I think, is preparing us how we can put all this knowledge in practical service to the community. And as I always say, some people, I was in India and one person asked me, what is the purpose of the life? And everyone can say in different way. But I always think the purpose of human life is only to serve. Serve will take care of everything. It will take off your karma yoga, it will take care of your bhakti yoga, and it will take care of your the ultimate moksha. Because when you are serving not with any expectation. And when that is the attitude of serving, and now I'm looking for opportunity to really serve. And if there is any opportunity in any hospitals, I'm ready to serve. I'm already a volunteer with the Kaiser. So I have since retired, I have a lot of time. I'm ready to offer my services, and that will be the real practical, the knowledge which I have got, I can put into the practice. That is my goal.
Thank you, Vijayji. Shantiji, you're next on my screen.
You're on mute. You're on mute, yeah.
Namaste, everyone. And this past 1 year was a wonderful journey. Learned a lot. I think I and for me, serve someone. It's do it, but then 1,000 questions goes in my mind after that, after the service. Did I do it right? Did I mess up somewhere? Did I hurt their feeling? Did I use the right kind of words? 1,000 things goes in my mind. But once after this program, I learned about compassionate presence, active listening, and I applied it. And after that, there is nothing in my mind thinking about what did I speak the right things? Did I do the right things? I have a feeling of satisfaction. I did the right thing and I'm done. And I'm able to move on. And that's a wonderful, wonderful thing that I have gained in this course. And there's much, much more I have many books of Bhagavad Gita. I never read it. And I have formed a group with my friends, and we are now to memorize and chant it. And I've learned many, many more things, but time is less. But the main thing I'm getting out is the lack of me knowing to serve. I've gained, and I'm sure I'll be able to apply it in future. And I thank everyone, Gauravji, Kailashji, Mukundji, Lataji, Manglaji, and everyone who put things together. And I would like to quote what Punitji said, serving others, a service to our own self. And that I realized when I did that. When I did that the right way. So thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shanti.
Very nice.
Shobhanaji, I see you next on my screen. You're not muted. You're muted. So. Shobhanaji, we can't hear you.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
Yes.
you.
To be honest, I joined this course mainly because Lataji talked me into it first. She made it sound so exciting and interesting, and she's a dear, dear friend of mine, and I couldn't say no to her. And let me be honest, that's the reason I joined. But I'm so glad to, Lata did that, and I'm so happy I was part of this course. It's actually been an eye-opener for me. I believe a lot in serving, but I don't think I've ever taken the time to, go through Bhagavad Gita or get to know about Karma Yoga. My husband is an oncologist, and for him, his patients come first. He works 24/7. So I would always call him a Karma Yogi. But now after I took this class, I went up and told him, you're not a Karma Yogi because you're so concerned about your outcomes. Everything is like your battle against cancer. The patient becomes okay, you're very happy. If he doesn't do well, you think it's, you don't take it well. So I said his attitude towards serving is good, but he's not a Karma Yogi. He has to change his outlook. So I take extensive notes in class because my memory is not that great. So, Gauravji, I've taken a lot of notes. Yeah, I could never make my husband sit down and go through a 4-hour lecture. That would never work. So I had this extensive notes on Karma Yoga, which I wrote it down. And I made him sit down and read it to him one day. I told him, he believes a lot in religion. So I told him, your commitment to your patients is good, but the way you go about it, the way you approach it is wrong, because somewhere the patient is lost. It's like you against the cancer. So I told him, according to Bhagavad Gita, you do the best that you can, and the outcome doesn't depend upon your skill. It depends on so many factors. So obviously he's not going to change his ways, but just because I read him something for 20 minutes, but now I've taken to that. I constantly tell him, Raghu, don't focus on it. You're just doing. So what I find is, apart from going out and serving the community, which eventually I hope to do, right now in a micro aspect, it's really helping my family. I'm able to talk to my husband about, and what the palliative care, that was eye-opening to him. I go help out in his office. I'm not medically qualified, but by seeing the patient's charts, I know this patient has been with him for so many years. So now I start asking, Raghu, have you started calling palliative care on the patient? Don't we think we should call palliative care? They've been with you so long. So haven't you thought about it? So these kind of different things that, which I learned, which I can just bring into my everyday living, apart from going out and serving the community. And the other thing is compassionate listening. When people come to me with a problem, I always thought, apart from listening, I had to pitch in with a solution. That's what's expected. I had to say something in reply. So when my grown-up kids used to call me saying, Mom, I want to talk to you about something. And then they went for a long time, and then I come up with solutions or something. Then they get irritated. They don't want to listen to it. And I was like, why do you call me if you don't want to listen to me? Now I realize they just need a compassionate presence, listening to them, just feeling the pain and sorrow. They will sort through it themselves later. They don't want me, badgering them with solutions. They just want me to be there and listen. So these, even these small life lessons, which maybe apparent for everybody else, I think this class taught me. So, you know, it was a wonderful class. And I think what made it really wonderful is the passion and commitment that the teachers and the TAs brought into the class. Like, you know, we could feel your interest, we could feel your passion, and that kind of motivated us. Last week, on a weekend night at 10 o'clock, I sent Mangalaji a question about some homework assignment. It was like past 10 o'clock in the night, a weekday night. And within 5 minutes, I got back from her 2 long answers, like, you know, explaining in detail what I should do. So surrounded by people with this kind of enthusiasm and who really care about what they do has, I think, inspired me. You know, I just came in doing something to favor a friend, and I'm getting out of a course as a very inspired and a motivated person. I think your faculty, your TAs, this course did that for me. Thank you so much. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think she really came to favor me, because by nature, she is a woman. She is a lady who serves. She spends a lot of time going to temples and, you know, spends a lot of time.
And Lata, I must also add one thing. I'm really amazed at the breadth and, you know, and the width of volunteering experience and the knowledge that my co-scholars bring with me. At an end of the session, when there's a question and answer, and I hear some of the questions that my co-scholars ask, I'm amazed. I'm like, how couldn't I think of that? Why didn't this strike me? You know, the thought process and the knowledge that the rest of them have is also an inspiration to me. Thank you.
Very nice.
Sarmaji, you're next on my screen.
Being a technologist, I forget to unmute myself. So yeah, again, I think the culprit is Lata everywhere. So he just said, hey, Sanmai, well, she doesn't call me Sanmai outside CHT. She calls me Sanmai Bhai. So she said, why don't you join? And I said, well, let's give it a shot. It has a Hindu name in it. It has community service in it. And, you know, I'm a practicing yogi and do a lot of service through my yoga. So maybe I'll learn a few things. And I did learn a lot of things. Of course, you know, the meaning of compassion was there. And I went through my yoga studies. But the meaning of compassion presents the way as it can be applied in the current setting in the USA had some nuances which I didn't really realize it. I mean, I think I knew about them, but I didn't realize them. So that's one of the things that strikes. And then, of course, Gauravji's rendition of Bhagavad Gita with its modern outlook was also quite interesting, though I don't always agree with it, but I'm more traditionalist than him. But it is quite interesting, and it has a niche, it has a market, it has a potential application in this current world. And then, you know, I've met so many other people. Like I have now friends with a few people, and we have a community over here. And that community, I think somebody, I think Panditji mentioned, we should have a group and we should start communicating, and maybe those groups will have subgroups. With the amount of intellectual power this group has and the commitment, we should be putting together one of the themes, and I think you mentioned Gauravji and Kailasji. We should have streams of ideas and maybe put together monographs in certain areas. So whether it's service in certain forms, whether it's wellness, health, yoga therapy, psychological, and you know, the intersection of modern psychology and Eastern psychology, Eastern treatments. There are different subject groups that can be built out, co-opted, and work together to put together some important necessary papers, put together some interesting articles that we can publish even in magazines, and also put together a book eventually. I think that would be a great service to the community at large. And as Kailash was saying that, you know, we are almost an incubator of ideas, and those ideas would be transmitted into the universe, and they will be picked up by various organizations and organizing elements, and maybe they make it much bigger than what we even can fathom, think about it. So absolutely great group. And you know, this whole wellness thing which came up, and there was a discussion between Gauravji, Lataji, and me at one time, and we talked about some initial COVID-19 protocols, and then it triggered out of that. I had some you know, personal losses during this time, and you know, that this whole group and the yogic tradition and doing the yogic classes and teaching the classes helped me personally. I have been very selfishly, you know, I have taken those classes, the morning classes and the evening classes, to spare me of a lot of grief. So that's one of the things. You know, I always thought selfishness is not a good thing, but in certain conditions, being a little selfish is probably much greater service than what you can think it to be. So with that, I think also have a great Panditji whom I can use, I guess. Neilji, very impressed with your capabilities. And I run a temple here. It's a very large temple. I'm part of the board of trustees, and also teach yoga over there, and also part of their committee. And we are constantly, we do the similar services that you give, but I think we can broaden it with folks like you and others, and maybe work collaboratively, which can really help the community at large. So with this, and Hariom to all of you, and thank you all for being part of this journey all together. And I think Punitji and Gauravji and I are still trying to figure out a PhD program, which will take another raw shoot course as we are doing this journey together. I would like to be part of this group, by the way, in my capacity, and we'll see how that comes along. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sarmaji.
So self-compassion is very important, Sarmaji. So unless you can be compassionate towards yourself, you cannot be compassionate towards others.
Yeah.
I tell that to my wife also. She overdoes everything, but yeah, that's true. Absolutely.
Satyajit and Meenakshi ji, you are next on the screen.
So namaste ek baar phir se sabko. So I attended the CHT graduation ceremony for 2019 batch with Meenakshi, and I think that was the moment of recruitment for us. Like, we were impressed by the kind of things that were talked about there, and I remember Meenakshi knew Manjuji before then, so we talked to her. Manjuji said, like, "Oh, why don't you come and join? It will be great, and you can do it. It's not. It's quite easy to just get this done." So, and Meenakshi encouraged me to join the course, and finally I did join. It was like eye-opening for me in the depth and the breadth of the courses that we have, For example, understanding the life from the spectrum of this varnashram, and then how the role of community can help. And like, since I grew up in India and I've been here in United States for not a long time, you don't realize that some of these things that community need, the need of the community in your life is very, very important. And the view of life basically tries to uh, formalize that in a nice sense so that you can explain it to people, that can be a good reference point from which to approach all of the things that HCI is trying to do. Then my own understanding of Hindu Dharma, how the Bhagavad Gita can be used in different kind of scenarios, Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and all those kind of ways. Even the Hindu Dharma, essence of Hindu Dharma about that we have to basically get to our own self, and that is useful in many, many other life contexts. When we talk about caregiving or compassion, all those cases, these things are pretty important. And then at the end, we also got to know the tools, like we need to have things like estate planning, we have to understand healthcare directives, we learn about psychology, we learned, of course, yoga and meditation, and of course, practices like privacy and compliance, some of the things that are required to serve in the community in the United States. So overall, I think it has given me a great wealth of ideas and knowledge that will help me personally, myself, as well as serving the community around me. Meenakshi?
Yes, yeah. So I'm totally agree with the Satyajit, and really it's given me lots of knowledge about the Hinduism, Bhagavad Gita. I really want to learn more about the Bhagavad Gita, and I try to do to learn through this course also. And especially about the interfaith marriage, I was not aware about this word, particular word. So I was very I was very interested to learn this, and I tried to find out so many materials related to that part, and I tried to discuss each time with the Satyajit about that, but because this word was new for me. Apart from that, I also, as Satyajit said, we also learn for ourselves. For here, we are in the USA, and so many things we are not. We are not we had no knowledge about that. So through this course, we have to learn about that, and that's really going to help for myself, and also I want to help to my community. Those have no knowledge about this, whatever things, whatever knowledge we get from this CHT course. And first thing, TA was very generous. They are very generous for the homework, everything. And faculty is very helpful, and journey was very nice. I really enjoyed. And from the beginning, when I joined the course, I had put my mindset, I have to continue the only in online classes. Because of the small baby, I was not able to go further.
Yeah, we have him sitting right here.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, but now the question has come like this. It's in my favor. Everyone needs to be in the online. So I was not feeling guilty about myself, but that's really in-person classes. I really try to go. It has the more interaction, I can definitely say. We are spending the nice time with the eating together, sharing our experiences and opinions. So it was a very great. And I'm ready to serve to community, and also I know when I'm serving to ourselves, I'm serving to myself also. So thank you. Thanks for offering this course.
Thank you, Kailashi,
Thank
Gauraji,
you.
and Mukundi, for all those guidance.
So nice to hear you say I agree with Satyajit. It was very nice the way you were supporting each other. Very nice.
He supported a lot to me through this course, especially.
Pramilji, you're next, and Aartiji, you're next after that. Pramilji, can you unmute yourself?
Okay. Yes. Hello, everyone.
Hello,
Again, for this course, the credit goes to Lataji. And I don't have words to thank her enough. She's the one who came into my life and my life has changed. She first persuaded me to do the yoga course, which brought happiness in my life. Otherwise, when I look back from the time I'm born, maybe from the age of 4, I don't think I ever opened my mouth except when it was necessary to open. I lost my father at the age of 4.5. And I was the oldest of the 3 children of my parents. I was 4, my younger brother was 1.5, the youngest one was 10 days old. And it was deep inculcated into me that you are the elder and you all have to set an example and you have to show that you can take the responsibility. Otherwise, if you do something, what would your brother do? So from that day onwards, in 1954 onwards, when I was just about 5 years old, till last year, I had only opened my mouth only when it was essential. Lataji rather forced, I won't say forced me, she persuaded me to join the YIC certification course. I joined that and it gave me an happiness. Then she counseled me to join this, though I wasn't very willing. So many things were going on in my family and myself. But she said, you will enjoy this journey. And I tell you, after joining this course, I don't have enough words to say thanks to her. It has given me a voice. And the compassionate presence is my self-compassion. I have got a voice. I speak, I assert. There was so much resistance in the family that I waste 5 hours. But I have attended each and every class except the 2, which due to my daughter-in-law's sickness, I had to miss it. So I have learned a lot, no words to say. And this is for me, the journey has just begun. It's not the end of the journey. I'm going to be very closely associated with it, contribute whatever the best possible I can have. Like the way just now Kailashji just showed us that slide about the marriage, the pre-marriage and all that. I've done a lot of work on it as an attorney. And one of the judges, he wrote it on that. And I told the judge, the Honorable Judge of the Supreme Court, that for going to becoming a teacher, doctor and all that, we need 18 years to go to the school. But a marriage, the journey of the marriage, which is more than 40, 50, 60 years of age, we are not given any lessons. Just 2 people are brought together and they are asked to lead their life. So it was very much appreciated. In one of the cases, I also distinguished between the girl and the boy, that how can this journey be there? And he started the case with that the girls are girls all their life, the boys are boys till they get a bride. And then he said, the learned counsel Urmil Narang has brought these points to my system. But I only spoke for the others. I never spoke for myself. FCI has given me a voice to speak, to stand for myself and say what I want to do. I've learned a lot at each and everything. I wanted to be a part of the Om Dollar project, and I'm doing something with Srinathji and Shobnaji, but I have not been able to contribute much because I don't have much of a computer knowledge. But I have learned a lot. I'm attending these classes. I have learned it. And each and every lesson, I cannot say that I have not learned something. About the spiritual reading, so far I have been a very spiritual person, but my spiritual understanding was that God is there. We have to be kind to everybody. Every time I was upset about something, I'll open Bhagavad Gita, just read the translation of it. Another thing is the good comrade I found in it. I do not have a good concept of speaking to Bhagavad Gita. I have to upload those two. I didn't know how to do it. I called one of the student fellow scholar, Usha ji. She was so helpful. This is what I learned here. So this is just the beginning of the journey. Everybody is so compassionate. And I have been doing the voluntary work, but there was never that concept was there that why I am doing it. I was just doing it only as a duty. Now I do it from another point of view, that this is a part of the society. There are some souls over there who teach us all these things. So I do not have enough words to thank Lataji who introduced me to this course. And I got a call from you also, Gaurav. I got a call from Kailashji when I started, and I got a call from Anupji. And each and every made me feel so confident that, and it gave me the courage to start the journey. I had a lot of apprehensions to start with. So you won't believe, I show you my bag. I have each and every note printed. I have at least 10,000 papers. Whenever I'm sad, I go and open one of the, just bring one lecture, read it, keep it. It gives me an encouragement. Go and smile it and start my work again. And I stand for my rights now, which I never did before. So I would be contributing to HCI. I would be a part of it. I would also be a part of the Home Dollar project, but maybe they will spill into the next year. I'm lagging behind my homework because my 44-year-old daughter-in-law had a stroke. So I had to help her out. So I was traveling a lot. Then I moved to Houston from California. But I have promised Kailashji that I'll turn in all the homework by the 7th of July positively. So I'm so grateful to all my fellow scholars, to the faculty, and above all to Lataji for introducing me to this new concept of life and give me the voice to speak for myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Artiji and other Artiji both. You're next. Artiji, you're on mute.
Hi. I would like to copy each and every one of you who spoke before me. Definitely an eye-opening experience. I would like to thank Beena Desai for it. She was also the one who told me to join the yoga teachers training. I did that 5 years ago, and now this. So I'm really, really grateful, Beena ji. Thank you. And this just opened up a new world actually for me also. As I stepped into the spirituality world, I just met all of you like-minded people here, and also gave me a way to release my emotions, my feelings. Like 2 years ago, all these experiences I had with the death of my parent, and through the homework, writing all these things down was amazing feeling. Just taking it out of my heart. I really appreciate all the comments the faculty has given, and really appreciate. The biggest learning experience here was help and serve. I had no idea that by just saying, I like to help you, that I'm putting that other person down. I had no intentions, but now I'm using the right word, is serving. So I would like to be of some service to you. And that was a big change that I brought in my life. So even though I had no intentions of that, but I didn't think how others can interpret the word that way. And another thing is, of course, the compassionate presence, compassionate listening. That was a big thing. Not bringing our own experience into that conversation was a big change that happened in this past year for me. Really appreciate all the hard work everybody, all the faculty have done. And I don't know if HCI Yoga would be part of our Om Dollar project, but I would be, of course, definitely teaching for life as long as it continues, the HCI Yoga classes. But I would be really grateful to be of any service to any other place as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Artiji. Arti Maganti, you're next, and Savita Gargji, you're after Artiji.
Hari Om, everybody. So again, I have to thank Lata for twisting my hand, literally, into sending that email that I'm interested in this course, because I was too hesitant because I recently lost my mother and I had changed my job as well. So I wasn't sure whether I was mentally there to take on something which was unknown to me at that point, but I'm glad I did. Like my fellow co-scholar Aarti said, this one helped me pour out my emotions when it came to compassionate presence and palliative care, because when both my mother and mother-in-law were in the last stages of life, God was kind enough to put me there to help them out. So whatever I did unknowingly, it reiterated that I had done the right thing in life. And for me, this course has been extremely helpful. And though I have been out in the community helping through Chinmaya Mission, and I started language classes when my children were young, and I've been doing community service. I was doing everything without a plan or without any goals for myself, but this has given me a much more concrete pathway to help serve the community. So like rest of the scholars said, I'm available to help, but I don't know where I will fit in. But if you think wherever I fit in the best, I'm available to help. Thank you very much. And I'm grateful for all the teachers and all the TAs as well.
She will fit in everywhere.
Come on. Thank you so much.
Savitaji, you're next, and then Vasuji and Sudhaji, you're after Savitaji. Savitaji, you're on mute. Yes.
Namaste, everyone. I will give this credit to Binaji, who persuaded me to take this. And yeah, she told me that I'm going to love this, and I was thinking, I don't know whether I will be able to complete it or no, because the commitment was the almost whole year and every Sunday and being grandma and all those duties and all. It was a little hard. Everybody's part, actually from the family also, my family members also gave me support, that they spared me every Sunday for doing the duty. And I am really, really glad, and I am really thankful to her that she asked me to join this course. I thank to all the faculty. I talked to Kailash before joining the course, I remember, and I asked him whether I'll be able to. And he persuaded me, no, you will be able to do it, and you will join the course. And I talked to Gauravji also before, and I really, really appreciate the helpful and the support all the faculty, TAs, and all the scholars have. Whatever question, but they will always ready to answer everything. Really, really have actually appreciate that. The thing, I was amazed to see how much people know about the Bhagavad Gita and all in this group. I was amazed that Gauravji, for every situation, he will bring some shloka from Bhagavad Gita or something. Like for quality of life, we are doing this Saturday, yesterday only, and he said, oh, if the person is in hospice care, so you can bring from that Takshak and Raja Parikshit story from Bhagavad. You can tell the person how the Raja Parikshit did all that. And I was really amazed. Oh, suddenly he remembers that for this situation, this story will fit. For this situation, this story will fit. Really, really amazed, Gauravji, and for your knowledge. And thank you very much that I did the actually quality of life with you, because I have interest in Gita. And I keep reading, but not thoroughly. I could not make out that for this situation, the Bhagavad Gita is telling this thing. No? So I really learned a lot of things in this course from you about the Bhagavad Gita and from everybody. No? So I find this course was more helpful like me. I don't know how much service I'll be able to do, where I will fit, because I don't know the same thing. Artiji will have more knowledge, but I don't know where I'll fit. But I would like to serve the community and I want to serve in HCI group, but I don't know where I will fit. Most thing I find this course helpful to myself. And the thing, the Mukunji self-compassion is first, then the compassion to others. Not that I really like that you have to have the self-compassion, then only having compassion for every other person whom you're, and the listening part, the compassionate listening. They don't have to speak, just be there, be there. Sometimes we hesitate, like something happens in the friend circle or some bad thing happens, we just keep quiet. We don't, sometimes we think if we'll call, I don't know what the other person will think. But after this course, after listening to Mukunji, I realized that it's okay to just be there, be quiet, don't speak if you don't have words to speak, but being there is also very helpful. That's what I learned from Mukunji's self-compassion and listening, compassionate listening. And I really like the course, in that this directives, advanced directives, I had no idea at all about this. Nah? And when I learned about this, I talked to my husband. He said, we already have this. I said, I never knew that we already have this. So I had no idea, and I learned this, and that was really great. I would like to serve the community, and I would like to be part of HCI. I'm really enjoyed the course, and I really want to thank everybody, especially Bina ji. She's my friend actually, but yeah, I would like to thank her, and really, and Aarti was also very supportive. She is my neighbor, and she was very supportive for that. Everything, okay, homework done, this homework done or not done, we will keep talking.
So Savita ji, it fits with your personality, right? The group and all the teaching.
No, Binaji, I don't have words to thank you. Really, really, you changed my life. After this course, I'm seeing a lot of changes in my thinking and all that. Now, talking with the kids, I felt very different now. I can talk the subject openly with them, and I was not that open to that subject. So thank you, Binaji, and thank you, Kailashji, thank you, Gauravji, Mangalaji, Mukunji, everybody, Punitji. I enjoy the 60+ session also. I enjoy that. So I want to be part of that. Thank you very much to be part of my life. Really enjoyed the session. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Gauravji, you're on mute.
Vastuji and Sudhaji, you're next, and then Ashishji, you're after that, and Srinath Maganti-ji is after that.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm going to probably echo along like everyone said. It's been definitely an eye-opening courses. Each and every session we have thoroughly enjoyed. Many of you who are the followers of Lata, same myself and Vasu here. Initially, when she introduced to us about this course, I said, Lata, there is too much already on the plate. Probably not this year. It's not going to be a good idea. But she, helped us go over how the sessions are, how we can be benefited. And I still had concerns even in my interview with Gauraji's. I mentioned to him with the travel and stuff, I may be missing few of the Sunday classes, but they all reassured and said we could do it. Definitely worth it, I would say. We missed many of our Saturday movie times because that's when we would sit and do all the homeworks together. But more than how much I would have got out of the class, definitely by inputting the time. And it became not only me and Vasu. At some point we would involve our daughters as well in the homework sessions. It was fun, discussing the different criterias, how we would approach the perception. A lot of learnings happen during the homework sessions too. So thanks to the TAs for their patience and answering the questions and the remarks. And also the few takeaways, key takeaways for me, there were many, each and every class, like everyone said, some way or other made us think. The few takeaways that stands out for me, number one, the active listening. I practice that even in the work, keep reiterating. I have put a note on my laptop to make sure, in any meetings, don't jump on to, giving a solution or a conclusion. Wait and listen. So that helps in the professional environment, even within the family as well. And the compassionate presence, definitely. I think every single one of us who shared about it talked about the compassionate presence. And another biggest eye-opening for me was that interfaith marriages. So a lot of things, like me and Vasu worked together and learned. Thanks everyone. It was a great journey. We learned from each and every one of you and would like to be part of the HCI for the rest of the days.
Namaste everyone. It was a wonderful learning opportunity, like Sudha said. A lot of things to take in, mull over and ruminate. I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this course. Overall, this experience made me think more about the inevitable events in our lives that I've not put much thought into. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Ashiji, and then Srinath Makantiji, you're after that, and after Srinathji, Ushaji. Ashiji, please.
Namaste, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to attend this class. Really, as everybody said, it's a wonderful platform. It's very important that we all go through various trials and tribulations of life, and then we want to make decision, and then we need a perspective. And what you're doing, what HCI has done is giving this lens of a very rich tradition. This is our Vedantic tradition, and we can use this in every moment. And that is the beauty of this tradition. And another reason that you guys have, the HCI has taught us that this is a very unique Vedic tradition, because a lot of us grew up from a scientific mindset where our belief system is that it's the consciousness is created from matter. And there are a lot of theistic religion that says, well, consciousness created all the matter. Our Vedic system is very beautiful. It actually gives us a very different and unique perspective that these classes on the Vedanta, Gita, etc. gave us, is that, well, you are the consciousness. And that's a very unique perspective. Just to give you an example, in one of the class, there was a question about, let's say you die, and what are the instructions you like to leave? And, using the knowledge I got from the class, I felt that I can say, hey, I'm not this body. Who do I care? Why don't I donate it to Stanford Medical School where they can use my body? Because it has nothing to do with me. I am the Aham Brahmasmi, the message that Gauravji and many of the teachers have given us, has a huge impact. So I think that, this looking at life through the lens of Vedanta, this is a very beautiful concept. And it also adds complexity because there are many, many dots. And this is why it's a little bit of broad sometimes. So one of the suggestions I'll give HCI that maybe we create an alumni association, and we then go into different streams, so that we get a chance to ask a lot of questions to the faculty. And obviously, one of the things that everybody talked about is the experts that we're able to bring from different fields. Experts from the ER medical doctor, or a psychologist, or an ardent monk, right? I mean, that gives that richness. So sometimes the problem is when you have many dots, you have to connect the dots. And Gaurav rightly pointed out, this is like a startup. All startups are like that. You build the plane while flying it. So one of the things we can do is, it becomes a platform, and then we create different services, but with that lens, the Vedic lens, our tradition, will be the unique differentiation. So I know that a lot of people talked about all the other things like the compassion, presence, etc. We all enjoyed it. We love it, and I love to continue my association with this Sangha. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashuji. Srinathji, you're next, and then Ushaji, you're next after.
Yes, let me start by thanking Kailash ji for this year. I think you have 36 apples, which are going to give you many more apple seeds and grow quite a bit like that. I mean, I was also recruited by Lataji like everybody else, and it's been a great experience. All of us are coming from where we come from. We do have some compassion, structure, philosophy, Vedanta, and everything, but to bring a structure to this process so that we can be trained and volunteer, and this is a great platform, and it's been evolving into something big, as I can see. Good to be a part of it, and I hope to contribute in whatever way I can. That's it.
Thank you. Ushaji, and then after that, Neelamji, you're next, and Anjanaji, you're after.
Okay, I got my grandchildren here with me visiting. So if you hear noises, you know why. I can hear the chair already being dragged. So please bear with me. People, I try to convince them, but they don't listen. They're 4 and 6. Okay, so, okay. Kailash, can you try to be quiet? I want to talk and people are listening to me. Please, 5 minutes. But he's not talking more than that. I promise. Okay. So, okay. Lata is going to get, other people are going to get tired of if I once more say it was Lata who brought me to this organization. But I have a grievance or a question for Gauravji, right? So with Lata, I met her for Navratri. I went to her house, and we were actually talking about care that we provided for our parents, because both of us had to deal with older parents with issues, right? And she asked me, Usha, how did you handle it and all that? So we went through the whole thing, and she said, you know what I know is right for you, Usha? Sign up, call Gauravji, and this is his number. Call him right now. Don't fail. I said, but she said, just call and go there, and everything will is self-explanatory. That's all. I didn't know what you guys were planning, what you were, nothing. And then I called Gauravji, or I emailed you. I'm not sure what it was. I don't think we talked for more than 2 or 3 minutes. And you said, okay, join. And then I come into the class. I mean, I come from a family where there's been a lot of, community service. My grandfather, my father, chachajis, everybody. And the itch is in me, but I didn't know how it was going to get converted, right? So the very first introductory session, right? You were talking about, yes, Gita is there, our Vedas are there. But how do you bring it to children contemporary? See, and that session just gripped me, both of you. Kailashi Gaurav, just like one session. Hey guys, hey, stop it. So I don't think I should continue anymore. But you guys kind of get the idea. I'm learning and I'm humbled by all my co-scholars, how qualified and the depth and the breadth of their knowledge. I hope in some small way I can contribute, right? But and just your reaction to COVID told me what bottomless hearts you have, right? So I would like to definitely be a contributing part of this. And I think I should mute myself now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nilanji, you're next. Anjanaji, you're after. And Pallaviji, you're after Anjanaji. Nilanji, you're talking on mute.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. It's been a great journey all throughout, though I joined in the middle of it. But the first time when I came, I had no clue as to what I was going to do. So I just met Gaurav for 2 minutes in the class. It was a very busy day for him. So he just said, you know, in a few words that it's going to be a community where we are going to learn to serve others, you know. So when I came out, I was a little confused. I still didn't know much about it. But then he very kindly said, okay, why don't you join a couple of classes and see for yourself? No. So I attended 1 or 2 lectures in the class. And after that, then there was no looking back. I just got glued onto it. Initially, I thought, how will I be able to spare 4 or 5 hours on Sundays? Because Sundays are a little busy at home. Since ours is kind of a joint family, you could say we all stay together. So, but then everybody else in the house also was very supportive and they noticed the change in me. I felt so much at peace and happy at home performing my other duties also. So, and I found that what I used to miss over here and US was the cohesiveness back home over there, you know. As a family, friends, everybody around, and I used to miss them and the kind of support, moral support I always had. So I felt I'd entered another family here. So anytime I reached out to anybody, like I approached, I didn't know Kailashji that well that time, but I had 1 or 2 personal problems or challenges and all, and I approached him for some advice. And he instantly responded with some very, very genuine advice to me. And once or twice, I think I approached Gauravji too. And again, it was the same kind of a response. And I felt I was a part of a big family here now. So felt so much at ease and peace. And there are going to be a lot of takeaways from this course. Like I had no clue about the estate planning or the palliative care or the advanced directives, none of these things. And immediately, like I did some thinking on the subject. I said, I must do all these things for myself too. You know, and I sat with my family, I discussed it with them because they were not ready to listen to all these things earlier about my planning my will and other things, you know, that way. So there were a lot of takeaways, and the most important part was the self-compassion, you know, that was new to me. I realized, you know, we need to love ourselves first. And if we are not happy, how can we make the others happy around us? So I consider myself today very, very fortunate to be a part of this community, and I would love to continue to be in touch with everybody, and wherever and whichever way I can contribute to this community, I would love to do that. And thank you all. I would want to thank all the mentors, Kailashji, Gauravji, Mukundji, Lataji too. I approached her so many times and there was an instant response from her, you know, regarding my homework and all. And Manglaji, each and every scholar, like I feel like it's kind of a family to me now, and I'm going to continue that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. This is Anjana Varudkar. I first want to say thanks to Lata. We were classmates at the yoga therapy class, so that's how I got here. I also want to say thank you to Vasu, Ganpati ji, and Shanti ji and Shobha ji. They all have been very, very helpful with, my lack of technical thing to submit my homework and everything. But to begin with, when I, a few years ago, my husband and me used to attend a class in Orange County. It was a Christian psychology kind of a class, biblical psychologist who did some wonderful work on explaining the psychology through the Bible. And it really set me thinking, why don't we Hindus have something like that? It is such practical application, and it really helps in today's day and age. And when I heard about HCI and what we are doing, I was so excited to join and learn more. And I hope we get there eventually, because we're just, I guess, beginning. And but it was a wonderful experience, and thank you everyone. And back to you, Gaurav ji.
Thank you, Anjana ji. All right. Who did I say was next? My screen has been moved around. Savita ji, and then Kranti ji.
Reena ji, you forgot.
I'll read out Meenu ji's comments meanwhile. So Meenakshi ji says, Meenu ji, my message is, it was a wonderful journey. We came a long way. Learning was incredible, especially when we are revisiting and completing homework. We're realizing the richness of our Hindu tradition even more. How much we have there to learn and then serve in turn. Overall, well-structured course. Big thank you to everyone who makes it an HCI family. I will be happy to first continue to serve HCI before I serve the community. Thank you for the opportunity. It was a great learning experience since we joined the CHT course. At last, I'm inspired with the HCI leaders. You are doing an incredible job. Please continue. Meenakshi. Thank you, Meenakshi ji. Savita ji. You're on mute. Mute. You're on mute.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I always felt that in counseling and whichever, for many years I've been a volunteer, the Hindu perspective was always missing. So when I heard about your course on India West, I think I just called you, that's it. And since then, I think I've been a grand proponent of this whole thing. So whatever it takes, however it goes, I'm going to be a part of it. So all I can say is it was an incredible experience, except the COVID brought about a little dampener in terms of our interaction. I think we would have had tremendous group interactions, which would have helped us a lot more. And I'm hoping this all goes away and we start doing what we have to do. I know volunteerism is now taken a backseat, especially personal, because of this whole situation. Hopefully, once it revives and Ananda Kaur goes forward, we will be a part of this great community. The other thing is, like I think Sanmayji mentioned, these group formations and trying to do things together is very important. And I think we should go forward and start small groups, big groups, all that, to work together to start doing things with the right perspective, whatever it may be, wherever we are volunteering. I think we should go ahead and form those groups very quickly so that we can get together and strategize how to work with the Hindu perspective in volunteering. And whether it's in our community, else communities, I think it's important. And I'm hoping, you can have more personal interactions soon. And if that happens, and I think I will definitely be a part of it, whether it's DAing or whether it's, we call it FA now, right? So FA or with the Ananda Kaur volunteering. So it will be always a part of my life. Thank you so much. Thank you all of you for what you are doing. I think it's tremendous. I think it's a great service and it's the best service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the faculty and staff. You guys were extremely passionate and enthusiastic. I would have never guessed this course was what it is. I'd say that I love the contemporary perspective, and the class sessions were great. I loved the idea of the camaraderie that we had, especially the food. This turned out to be a real great counseling session for myself, because a lot of these were valid, because I fit right into that gap that Kailashji had spoken about between the elders and the youngers. The knowledge and the depth of the experience was great. I'd say the thing within the homework would be interesting is if we got a homework assignment before the actual speaker came in and spoke, to get that we could read about some of the articles that they did or some information about it prior, sort of like classroom work that we would do at Stanford, just an idea. And then another thing is, well, I know the graduation with distancing is a little bit difficult, but the food last year was incredible. So it'd be kind of nice to kind of see everybody once again and everything like that. And I look forward to participating with any help and support you guys have. But thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a note from Rashmi ji who says, thank you to Krishna ji. All my earlier colleagues have captured the essence of the course. Compassion is what sticks closer to the heart. This course has given me great opportunities to have kids in the discussions. Thank you, Rashmi ji. All right, who did we leave out? Anyone left? Saurabh ji has yet to go, and Shobha ji.
Ji too, I think.
Namaste, everyone. Yeah, so like Kailashji said, 9 months we were in a protected womb, and now it's time to cut the umbilical cord and then spread our wings and fly. But it's very sad. But I mean, it's not sad. It's a mixed feeling. I mean, although we will always be associated with HCI and the wonderful work you're all doing. So thanks to Kailashji, Gauravji, Mukundji, Mangalaji, Punitji, and all the wonderful TAs and everything. And yeah, of course, like initially, I joined this course because I thought I wanted to learn about Hindu traditions, but it turned out to be a wonderful, pleasant surprise. It was a well-rounded program with all the estate planning and advanced healthcare directives and interfaith planning, compassionate presence, all those things. Very wonderful, well-rounded course. I just loved it. Thank you so much. And initially, I used to crib about the assignments. Because I'm not, at 50, you're not used to doing homework and all those things, but it was a very important part of the whole course because it made us reflect, and otherwise just listening to the lectures, we would have just forgotten about it. So it made us think and reflect more upon that. So it was very important. And like Krantiji suggested, maybe if we could have the questions earlier, so we could also think about it while listening to the lecture also. That's a very good, I think, suggestion. And other than that, I love the discussions that we had in our quality of life project work, and also the field operations manual that we were writing. So it was wonderful. And then the last but not the least, that I'm just, jack of some and master of none, but my services will always be there and I would always be would love to associate with all of you. Thank you so much. And namaste, and thanks to all the scholars, also wonderful friends. We've made a wonderful, lot of wonderful friendships in this course. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Pallaviji, you're mute.
Yeah. Namaste, everyone. So I joined this course because Anoopji, who is a TA, he shared his experience and he said it's totally amazing and very life-changing, and it is. And then I talked with Gauravji, and I got so impressed with his all Bhagavad Gita knowledge and everything, and his the way of connecting. So I really can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. I totally enjoyed, and I'm very thankful to Gauravji, Kailashji, Mukundji, and Mangalaji, and also Savita ji for helping in my hunting and my homework and everything. And this is like very, as I second that what all the scholars have already shared their experience. So I second that everything. And what totally touched me is like self-compassion and active listening, which I am doing it on my kids and family first, and then improving myself. So it was a very life-changing experience, and I really enjoyed the lectures from all of the faculties, like different people who came and gave the lecture, and they shared their experience. I totally enjoyed it. So thank you. I'm so grateful to everyone, and then I would like to whatever and whichever way I can help, I will really help and keep going on. And then thank you.
Thank you. Saurabh, are you back in action?
I don't know.
I think Srinath
Yes,
also didn't go, right?
Saurabh, yeah, we heard you. We could hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm here. So thanks a lot. Yeah, I don't think I can add anything more to what everybody has said. I'll just say personally for me, I have been more of an inward journey for last 7-8 years, and getting an opportunity to serve, to turn whatever I've learned in last 7-8 years, whatever I've achieved in my personal practices, to put them to use for service is something that I'm incredibly grateful for, and looking for that opportunity more and more. So there's the concept of Sangha, the concept of service. I'm very, very thankful to have that opportunity with HCI and many role models. So just value that a lot. I guess that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Ganpati ji? Okay. Marketing flyer, yeah, no, we will be making a marketing flyer once I get a few Sundays back.
Gauravji, I think Srinath ji didn't go.
I did already.
Yeah. You were paying attention, Lata ji. Okay, did we miss anyone? Have we got everyone?
I can say something.
Yes, Binaji, please.
Okay, I just want to say it so everybody knows me, because I didn't get chance to see you all in person. Nice, wonderful batch of 2020. One day I didn't get to attend all the classes, but one day I want to sit down and listen. I'm glad it's all recorded on Moodle. Last year I took the course and I enjoyed each and every class. I was looking forward to coming, seeing everybody, listening to all this wonderful talk. And that's what I like. I like to go listen and wonderful talk. And my interest is like compassionate presence. I like to listen. I'm more of a listener type of person. So any, HCI, I can help out. I know right now in person is not possible, but online, or if I need to talk to anybody, I would love to do that. And one day I was listening to this 2020, one of the class where all the scholars of 2020 were presenting, and listening to their presentation was like, wow, they know so much. And it was so wonderful. Like they were speaking like a professional speaker. So it was nice to hear and nice to know you all, 2020 batch. And thank you and wish you all the best. And we'll stay in touch with HCI and do whatever we can. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you, Binaji.
Gauravji, just one small comment. It looks like there are quite a few from Southern California. Maybe we should have a separate group and see how we can do some service back here.
I completely agree. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, when you offer a problem, then you also offer a solution. So Aarti ji, take a lead.
Yeah. I think,
with your guidance, Lata ji.
I think, if I may, our community service model that we are looking at, I think you should work with us very closely. And at the right time, then we can see if it's something that can be replicated there with the same network of people, because it's going to be mostly a call-in services as opposed to in person at this time. So that's a good suggestion to pursue, and we can work on it.
Right.
So Aarti ji, I mean, even Bay Area calls can come to us. You know what I'm saying?
Both way. By the way, the idea about the communities volunteer services we are talking about, they're virtual. So please look at that as a single, it's a pilot. We're doing a pilot that once we work it, then it can go to different places also.
Right. So Kailash, if I may, this is Anil Didi. I've been fortunate to be in person there for the first class that 2020 batch had, and really it was nice to be in person that time, and now again this virtual in-person session, and it was very gladdening, heartening to hear everyone talk about how the sessions went. It is almost a replica of what we went through, and all the efforts by the faculty, the founders has been amazing, and it's really heartening to see it is covering the second year. Coming to where the rubber would now hit the road, we've been working on some things, and my personal interest to attend this particular session. Obviously, Kailash does an excellent job of cajoling everyone into attending where he wants anyone to attend. My personal interest was to gather now volunteers and partners in this service that we all want to get into, which was the reason I got into it, right? So I would request, implore anybody who's interested to reach out, right? I know a lot of good work has already happened. I've been in connect with Saurabh ji, Meenakshi ji, Srinath ji, Usha ji, who've done excellent work already. A lot of groundwork has happened. We have a strong foundation. On top of it, a lot of good work has been done by the 2020 scholars already. We would like to see how we can take it to the community quickly, right? So we already have one service operational. If you've been to the HCI website in last, I would say 8 weeks, the last right service is operational. I'm really proud to say that I was expecting if even we were able to address one call coming from the community, and we've addressed 5, right? So we were able to address 5 incoming calls, which is a low number, and actually very clearly we want it to be a low number, at least for the last right service. That's not the service we would like to be servicing in huge numbers, but we did were of help to 5 folks who wanted to understand how this unfolds from the Hindu last rites standpoint, right? So to be able to support those calls was personally for me. Kailash has been there all through mentoring us at every step. And with subject matter experts like Madanji, we were able to address those 5 queries satisfactorily, right? While we would work out the details as Mukundji is working on with support from Manglaji and all to do the Ananda Core thing, but everyone who's on the call right now and has influence on anybody like Manglaji so brilliantly does, right? Please reach out to your circles. We need volunteers, right? This is a voluntary service. The HCI whole initiative is completely voluntary. So if you know somebody who's going to be keen to join us and be available on a call to receive calls, and we would obviously have a training session done on the lines of what we did very briefly, gave you an overview of SGS, right? We'd like to engage more, walk you through the steps of how we think it is to be done, open it up for suggestions, include those suggestions into operational aspects, right? And we would like to duplicate it, right? In every geography. And I think Kailash's vision is to go global, right? So we will take the baby steps there. We keep calling this as an Amazon of services, right? So we would be very keen to engage with you. Please reach out, and we'll get together in small groups or not more than 30 minutes in the next few Sundays if you like to have that time continue with us. And we would like to partner with you, right? And that is, I would leave with that. And Kailash, your guidance and Mukundji's advice has always been in thick of it, right? And we as enablers would do whatever you think is opportune at whatever roadmap that we have, right? And I think Mukundji has a very well laid out roadmap for Ananda Corps, and we'll reach that point by taking these baby steps of volunteering while we formalize the service.
Thank you, Anil. Thank you very much. By the way, on that point, we have a with Srinathji and Saurabhji, our group, the IKIS group, Saturday 3 o'clock, right? That's our kind of a fixed time for now for the coming few weeks. Should we augment that with the new volunteer discussion? Should we have another time? I think maybe you can think about it.
Yeah, we can think about. I think that group is taking the roadmap route, right?
The technology and architecture.
Yes. So that will stay on. Yeah, that will continue. And I think the underlying principles that Mukundji and Manglaji is helping with, right? That thread would continue. The set of volunteers are going to be folks who go into the field, take the calls, harden the service, as we call it in software, right?
Service protocols.
Before it becomes really operation ready, where we put a stamp of Ananda Corp and say, this is Ananda Corp. But in field wise, we would try to deliver to the community. Like last rites, if we have 3 people doing it right now, we would like to extend it to, say, LA or any other geography and so on, right? Same way they can gather whatever we've gathered in the Bay Area right now, right? And we are able to serve. So we can do the cookie cutting in other geographies in a piecemeal way. If there are volunteers available in those geographies, right? We can have another Google phone number there, which is active, and they can start with what we started with, last rites, and then it can start growing. We'll discuss that offline, but I think it can start in a very small way and then keep growing while we merge it with Ananda Corps when it happens.
Excellent.
Yeah, this is Srinath. Can I just say one thing?
Yes, Srinathji.
Yeah. The Ananda Corps is a quite infrastructure with everything is quite an intense thing where everything comes together and integrates together. We're trying to do something, and it's a good opportunity for anybody and everybody who can volunteer and contribute to that as a part of making this complete. We would appreciate that.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Lataji, any last word from you, and then we'll close?
Yeah, I just want everyone to submit their homework as soon as possible.
More reflection, Lataji, not
July.
Oh, I enjoyed. I thought it was, everybody said everything. It was such a beautiful expression of your thoughts.
Enlightening.
And enlightening. And I also enjoyed working with each one of you, even though it was more for the homework part of it. I think, like Gauravji and Kailashji say, I think the TAs have to be a little bit more involved in the subject matter. But it was, we were always, because of this COVID situation, we were doing a lot of things on the fly, right? We never got the time to, get used to the classes, get used to the lectures. So all we were doing is looking at the homework and making sure the homework was done. But I'm sure the next year is going to be much better.
And by the way, if I may add, Lataji, so please, the class, please learn to serve Lataji this time. So send in the course 3. She should not be the only one filling the course 3 class. Okay, everybody.
I don't know. See, very, very slyly, Kailashji made sure that I'm around. He has a way with it.
Lataji, is it possible that if we were informed, if we are missing any homework with that 70% requirement, and then we get 2 days or 3 days to finish that one?
Okay, so let me tell you very quickly what is the challenge here, right? When you do your homework, you must be saving it in your drive before you upload it to Moodle.
Yes.
So, yes, right now I'm going through the Moodle checking, but it is, since it's each one of you have to do only 15 homeworks, it is very hard for me to know whether if you're missing one Moodle homework, whether that was your intentional miss.
No, but at least if we are, I'm just asking that if any person who has missed 1 or 2 homework and then he's not qualified, so whether that person will get a time to complete it, or that person might be feeling that I have already submitted sufficient homework, but as per your requirement, the person may be missing 1 or 2.
Vijayji, that Ganapati here, that is exactly the intent all along. We want to have enough time to do that and be able for us to do the grading in time for the deadline for the graduation. So that's why we are constantly lately have been asking to finish the homeworks. The sooner you do that, even though we have given the July 7th date as the date now,
So currently in Moodle.
So we need a lot of time to do that so that we give you enough time to resubmit or something. So those.
No, also in Moodle, there is no way to get a report to see how many homeworks you have submitted. There is no. I have to go to every student.
That's right. That's what I've been
And
doing.
I have to check. For 20, 30 students, we have to check. It is much easier for you to go to your hard drive and see whether you have 15 homeworks. So the requirement is 15 homeworks if you haven't made a presentation.
15 Sundays are completed, and by the way,
15 Sundays have to be completed. So if you have 15 Sundays in your hard drive, and even if it is missing in Moodle, if I tell you that I cannot see it in Moodle, then all you have to do is email it to us. Then we will figure out how to put it in Moodle later on.
Lata, I think the question was, let us say that if the scholar thinks that they have submitted, right? So just in case if they're missing one homework, will they be given the opportunity to make up that homework to graduate? I think was the question.
Yes, they would be. That's exactly what.
From the way you all talked right today, it all looks like all of you really want to graduate. It's not that you're just sitting here and basically.
We do want to, but we got to go through a procedure where Ganpati ji has to submit to the board a list of 2 categories. Candidates who have completed the requirements, he put his signature on it, the board will accept that and grant the degrees, certificates. And then he will say, the following have done so many hours, and he would recommend that they are allowed to continue next year. Those are the 2 lists we are looking for from him. Now, one suggestion I have is if you think you have done all your homework, please send an email and say, as of your records, you have completed the 15 plus numbers, and send the email to maybe Ganpati ji and then
Lataji, both of us, yeah.
But see, you know, Shanti ji sent one. She sent one table, right?
Yeah.
If you can just go to that and see which homeworks you have completed, that will give you a good way of making sure that you have completed from your end.
You don't want either party to be surprised, right? So if you have done it.
I mean, if you look at your hard drive, you will,
Lataji, this is Usha. What I do is, as soon as I finish the homework and I submit it, I just upload it also to that HCI folder that was first set up for us.
Yes.
Right? The shared folder. There is a copy there. So it's handy. I think it's a shared folder, so anybody can access it. I mean, anybody with privileges can access it.
So
I'm assuming
all of you should have that. It's called TA information deck.
Yeah. So if you have it there, then there's no surprises for anybody.
Right.
You know it's there. It's by Sunday 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, whatever. So you know it's there. And if it's Sunday 1, 1, whatever, it's there. And then officially also it's there because it's the Moodle folder.
And it is, if I don't find it in Moodle, like for example, today, one of Ushaji's homework, I didn't see it in Moodle. So I have to go back and check the TA information deck, right, for it. I'll talk to you later on, Usha. So
okay.
All I'm saying is that there are times that if I don't find it in Moodle, I'll go to that, the place where you're supposed to really put it and link it. You're not supposed to do your homework in Moodle because Moodle takes away storage.
Dadaji, I think I'll tell you this way. Bala here. I think going back to that folder and looking at the number of documents there may not be a great idea, because there are times where we have started the answers but we have not completed it. So unless it is then submitted in the Moodle, maybe we should not count that in, right?
That is true. That is also true. You may be
Lata, couple of Sundays, you could only cut and paste into Moodle. There was no other choice.
Okay.
You couldn't upload a file. You couldn't link. See, some Sundays you could link. Some Sundays you could upload a file. Some I know 2 or 3 weeks I just had to cut and paste into Moodle. I had no other choice.
That's fine as long as we can see it. We can see it. When let the Moodle get storage becomes full, then they'll come back to us.
Yeah, just to answer your question.
All we need is, I think, one Google sheet where people can put in, like, we just make a template, and then individually people can put in like how many they think have been they have submitted. then it can be verified by.
So why, since everybody is here today, let's each one tell us if you have finished your homework.
Yeah, by the way, two things. Let me ask the following suggestions. Everybody, please send an email to Lataji. Number one, I am planning to complete the course and I have completed the 15 courses, number one. Two is I'm planning to graduate and I have some more homework to do. Three is I'm not planning to graduate this year. I want to extend to next year. If we can get that picture, then we know what segment we have to focus on. Right now, it looks like everybody is wide open. That's not a good idea. So please segment yourself in one of those three groups.
Copy. I just want to call attention to the time. Well, over time, I just want to make sure people who have.
Gauravji, but I know, I understand that, but I thought this was very important.
No.
This is a very important
last class, right? I won't be able to, they'll all run away after this. I won't be able to get out of it.
Copy Lataji and me also. Ganapati.
Yes. Ganpati ji also.
So we are
I
on
agree.
the same page.
I would not don't adjourn this program unless you have decided exactly, because that 7th July deadline cannot be changed. We'll have a major problem with our old procedures. We have already.
Yeah, because it is actually an accredited thing. We cannot, we have to follow some rules.
Cannot keep sliding it. No, please. So
next year, I hope to be better with Vijay Ji's help.
Yes, of course.
I'm ready to offer my services, and I have a plan how to do it.
That's
awesome.
We can talk about it.
Appreciate
that. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone here who wants to graduate and who cannot finish it by July 7th? So good. That's very good. That means we are in good shape, Kailashji. Don't worry about it.
We have 9 days, and it's not a huge amount of work to finish, actually, if you really want. But we want accuracy in the data, though.
Yes.
Ganpati will be in trouble. His data integrity is important, right? So.
Yeah, thank you all.
Yeah, so you can sleep well, Gauravji and Kailashji.
Okay. I do that anyway.
So, Lataji, I sent out a text to you stating what I have completed and not.
Wonderful. That'd be great.
Okay.
And then just on a side note, 6 o'clock there is a session, so don't forget that.
Yeah. Thank you. I think we should adjourn.
And by the way, thank you for putting up with our inefficiency on this.
Okay, so this is Raju. I just want to request all these volunteers and scholars to make sure that at least one person you recruit for next year. Each one has to have at least one. So we have to recruit at least 50. So your help in recruiting for the next session would be very helpful.
How many $Om for that?
Thank you. And we're gonna.
Is that in addition to the that Lataji is going to recruit?
Yes, that is in addition to Lataji's bag.
50.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, great.
I'm leaving.
I think we're going to have a closing prayer.
Yeah.
You want peace on earth.
So please sit comfortably, sitting straight, sitting with your back straight, back, neck, and head in a straight line. Close your eyes and relax the expression on your face. Let's bring the palms together in Namaskar Mudra at the center of the heart. We're going to chant Om once and then the closing prayer, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. Exhale completely. Take a deep breath. Inhale. Inhale and chant. Sarve
Bhavantu Sukhina. Sarve Bhadrani Pashantu. Ma Kashtu Bhavati. Om Shanti.
Rub your palms together to generate some heat and gently cup your eyeballs to transfer that heat. Massaging the face and the neck and then blinking, open your eyes and pull your palms back like an open book. And for the 24th Sunday, thank you very much and have a great Sunday.
Thank you, Gauravi. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Wonderful.
Thank you.